Okay, it's 10 past and it looks like there's no one else joining at the moment, so let's get started with this course. Welcome everyone to the Software Package Users course for ARCHER2. Today, George, Queevin, and I will be running you through how to get set up on ARCHER2, the basics to running on ARCHER2, how to use some of the scientific software packages and other packages on ARCHER2, and how to run jobs. So to begin, all of the information for this course you can find on the ARCHER2 training website under the course name. You've probably seen this before because you'll have had to go through this to register for the course. But at the bottom, there is a course materials link. And the course materials link is a link to all of the material that we'll be talking about today. So as you can see, we'll be going over a fair amount of things, but it shouldn't be too daunting. We'll start off by talking you through how to connect to ARCHER2, before then going into an overview of the system, what the software environment looks like, how to run jobs using Slurm, and how to be a good ARCHER2 citizen. And then to finish off with, I'll talk you through a bit more about some of the new functionalities available in SAFE, and also I'll mention how to transfer data between Archer and ARCHER2. So everything I'm going to talk about today is quite literally on this page. So if for any reason you fall behind or you can't follow, you need to attend a meeting or anything, please feel free to just look at this page. It'll talk you through everything that we'll be going through on this course. Also, this course is being recorded, and we will post the recording on YouTube, so you can even watch it after the fact if you want. And on top of that, if you, for whatever reason, maybe you don't like my voice or whatever, there has been a similar course run back in December, which was also recorded, is also on YouTube. So if for whatever reason you don't like my teaching methods or whatever, please feel free to look at that video instead. So with that, let's start with the welcome. As I've mentioned, I've sort of mentioned roughly what we'll be talking about today. This course, we've tried to take a very carpentries method approach towards teaching this course with a lot of hands-on things. But yeah, so with that, so it'll be very hands-on, and I'll be talking about how to do things. One thing I want to emphasize is feedback. Feedback is very important to these courses in two ways. The first one is feedback from you to tell me, am I going too quickly? Am I going too slowly? If you have questions, please ask questions. There's way more time in this course than there needs to be, because we expect a lot of questions and we expect to help you go through the exercises and things like that. George and Queevin are also looking at the chat and will happily answer any questions that come up while I'm talking. So feel free to post questions in the chat and they will be answered. And if we can't answer them, we'll find the answer and let you know as soon as we find out as well. And the other bit of feedback is following the course, we will send out a survey, and that survey is very helpful for us to know how we can improve the course in future. So that is everything we need to know about feedback. Oh, and also I should mention, you've all agreed when joining this course to follow the ARCHER2 code of conduct. You can find it here. Feel free to read it in your. I hope you've already read it, but feel free to read it in your own time. Essentially, it's everything you'd expect from a code of conduct of be nice to everyone, or be nice to other people attending this course. Great, carrying on. So connecting to ARCHER2. So let's start by looking very quickly at the SAFE. So safe.epcc.ed.ac.uk is the website. Sorry, one moment. So some of you have noticed and have mentioned that you've had some problems logging into SAFE. There's been an issue overnight, and I thought we'd resolved it, but maybe we haven't. If you've been trying to log into SAFE and haven't been able to, Queevin has posted an alternate link to a slightly older but still working version of Safe, which is archer.ac.uk/safe, you are able to have all of the functionalities from normal Safe. Yep, doesn't seem to be working. You have all the most of the similar functionalities from the Safe that we tend to point you at from this Safe as well. To log into it, if you've not created an account already, there's a create an account button, and you can simply go through, fill in the form to create an account. Once you have an account, you'll have an account password, and you can log in to the Safe. Do the same thing. Is that still big enough for everyone? I imagine it is. When you log into the Safe, you will see a number of functionalities, and then you will see a number of drop-down screens, including your details for if you ever need to change your email address, and set up two-factor authentication and things like that. Projects manage, most of you won't have this unless you're managing projects, and we're not going to go over this today. The important one is login accounts, and if you've not done this yet, you can request a login account by clicking on Request Login Account, and then find the project for which you're wanting to request a login account. In this case, it would be TA014, which is the project for this course. You would then click Next and go through the process of requesting a login account. I'm not going to request one because, as some of you might have noticed, I already have an account here. Once you've made a request for an account, I will be notified saying, this is why this tab is yellow, I will get a notification saying someone is wanting to be added to this project, and I will approve or not, but usually approve the new account. You will have an ARCHER2 login account under this project. Once you've got your account, you will have under login accounts a tab with your username under that project, on which you can click, and it will tell you everything about this project. So in this case, it tells you, what does it say? It says how much space there is. So under quota, it tells you how much budget there is. So we've got 1,000 CUs. A CU is a computational unit. It's 1 node hour, but we'll get to that in a sec, and other things like that. And the final thing it will tell you is your credentials. As part of going into ARCHER2, we require a two-factor authentication method. And for that two-factor authentication method, we require an SSH key, of which the public part will have needed to be uploaded into Safe, and a password. So as you can see, when I was making this account, I set up my SSH key. Here's my public key. You don't need to see it because it's not that interesting. And when my account was set up, I had a temporary password. You can see the temporary starter password by clicking on this tab, View Login Account Password. I'm not going to click on this because even though this is no longer my password, I don't feel it's a good idea to show you any of my previous passwords. Yep. But everyone will have this, and if you click on this, you will see your temporary password, and you can use that to log into Archer, log into ARCHER2. So with that, let's move into how to log in to ARCHER2. And by the way, please let me know in the comments if you think I'm going too fast, if you think I'm going too slowly, please let me know all of those things. But so far it seems so good. So once you have your account set up, and you have set up your SSH key, and you have got access to your temporary password, you will be able to log into ARCHER2 by using your favorite shell. I work on Ubuntu on an Ubuntu machine, which means that I just use Bash. But for Windows users, I'm aware that PuTTY and MOBA Xterm are two quite well-liked programs. And I think as well for Macs, is it just called Terminal? I'm terrible with Macs. I'm also not great with Windows. Yeah, so let me quickly approve the couple of requests that I'd received, and then we will, there we go, perfect. So when you first log into, well, to log into ARCHER2, you will need to SSH. Sometimes it's a good idea to run -i and then path to your key, which in my case is .ssh slash, it'll be ID RSA, but I'm not going to bother with that right now. And then just your username, so TA014JS for me, at login.archer2.ac.uk. At this point, you will be prompted to enter your password. If this is your first time logging into ARCHER2, you will be prompted to enter your password, your temporary password once. Enter that temporary password, and then you will get a prompt telling you enter your LDAP password again, at which point you must enter the temporary password again before being asked for a new password and to confirm that new password. Because I've already logged into this account, I'm not being asked all of this, but just so you're aware, if you're not able to log in straight away, that might be why. So, and there we are. I've entered my password, and I am now on ARCHER2. So, very quick check. Please, could you raise your hand if and when you've managed to log into ARCHER2? Okay. I take it that's about half of the people. Call it 2/3. For everyone else, apologies, what is this? For everyone else, I'm trying to think, what's the best way of doing this? For everyone else, please feel free to mention either in the comments or in the Etherpad if you're running into any problems or if you're still waiting for me to accept your requests or anything like that. So Daniel is asking, what is the correct project to apply for? It's the correct project is TA14. And George is sitting, please could you use the Etherpad if you've got any problems, and then Queven will answer, Queven or George will answer them in the Etherpad. But yeah, the project is TA14, TA014. And I'm just checking real quick. I don't seem to have any current, anyone currently asking to be added to the project, so that should be fine. While waiting, let's continue with the course. So as I mentioned, you will be asked, if it's your first time logging into ARCHER2, you will be asked to enter a new password. And on ARCHER2, we've got a password policy. You can find out about the ARCHER2 password policy by clicking on this link in the course. And basically, for ARCHER2, we ask for a password which has a minimum length of 18. But if you do certain things to make it slightly more complicated, like using lowercase and uppercase characters, or using numbers, or using punctuations, things like hyphens, underscores, percent signs, whatever, then we will remove the minimum length needed. We will reduce the minimum length needed by 2. My personal recommendation, I don't think that this is necessarily something that's that we put out. But generally, most of the people working with me sort of generally agree the easiest way to make a password that you'll remember is find a random word generator and generate 3 random words of roughly size 5 and put them together in one long string, maybe roughly size 6 if you want to reach 18 characters. And I mean, that's quite often what I do, is make even little phrases and things like that. It's a lot easier to A, remember your passwords, and B, to, what's the word I'm looking for? To remember your password, but also you don't need to remember, oh, should that be a 0? Should that be an O? Is it uppercase, lowercase, that sort of thing. So that's my personal recommendation. Sorry, it should be here. And the other thing that, sorry, getting a, yes, well pointed out, Osama. So Osama points out that after entering their passwords, they were asked for a further authentication. As I mentioned, ARCHER2 has a 2-factor authentication process. The password from keyboard is one of them. The second part is your SSH key. And when you generated your SSH key, you will have hopefully put a password on it. We strongly advise and recommend that you put a password on your SSH keys. The second thing that it is asking for is for you to enter that password for the SSH key that you had generated. I hope that makes sense. So, brilliant. So you're now aware of the ARCHER2 password policy. Given this policy, could I ask, first little exercise of the day, here are 4 passwords, and I'd like to ask, which do you think are good passwords and bad passwords? So starting at the top, how many people think that example 1, my password, is a good password and would be acceptable on ARCHER2 according to the password policy? Put your hands up if you think my password is a good password. I mean, that's good. I'm glad that no one put their hands up because that would be a terrible password. I think it's still one of the most common passwords, isn't it? The next password, Rainbow Llama Jumping. How many people think that that's a good password? Again, hands up if you think it's a good password. Or at least acceptable under the ARCHER2 password policy. So a couple of you, and that is indeed correct. It's if you count the characters, it should be exactly 18 characters, if I remember correctly. Yep, 18 characters. So it's exactly 18 characters, which is the minimum length you need on ARCHER2. It's the minimum length you need on ARCHER2, meaning that that password will be absolutely fine on ARCHER2, or should be acceptable on ARCHER2. What about number 3? How many people think that number 3 is a good password, or acceptable under the ARCHER2 policy? So a fair few of you also think that it would be acceptable under the ARCHER2 password policy. And indeed, if I remember correctly, it's a 10-character long password which has uppercases, uppercase and lowercase, which means that that would go from 18 to 14 maximum length. It's got numericals, which means 12 length, and it's got not special characters, punctuation, which means it's a 10 length. It would need a minimum of length of 10, and it is a minimum length of 10. So yes, it should be fine under the ARCHER2 policy. And the final one, horse battery staple. How many people think that that is a good password, or at least acceptable under the ARCHER2 policy? So some of you, and this is a bit of a trick question, and to do with uh, it's a trick question due to related to essentially a cultural joke within the computing communities of horse battery staple would be fine on Archer 2. However, it is a password that was used in a webcomic to emphasize what I mentioned before, that using 3 random words to make a longer password is better or equally as valid an option as using a number of uppercases, lowercases, and characters and numbers to make a strong password. So because it's quite a well-known example of that, I think our policy at the moment is that horse battery staple is banned, but the same idea, that same idea of password would be okay. If we look at the solution, yes, indeed, you were all correct. The top password is terrible. The 2 and 3 are acceptable. 4 is also acceptable, but it is well known from a popular webcomic. For those of you who are interested, the webcomic is XKCD. Battery horse staple. I'll put the link in the description. But it's quite an interesting. It's quite an interesting way of explaining. It really gets behind why we're using the password policy that we're using. So it is worth having a look at. Also, I just find it interesting. Cool. So. Carrying on, usernames, you've all managed to make a username on, or all of you who have logged, sorry, wrong page. SSH keys we've talked briefly about. You will be asked when, you will have been asked when making your accounts on Archer 2 to upload an SSH key to help with the 2-factor authentication that we are enforcing. And connecting to Archer 2, we've also so briefly mentioned. Before we move on to data transfer available on Archer 2, I want to ask very quickly, how many people have not been able to log in or are still having problems with logging in on Archer 2? So 3 people. 4, cool. Are you at all in contact with George or Quivin about these things? I'll check the Etherpad real quick. Cool. It seems like most of you are being, you're working through these problems on the Etherpad. Cool. In which case, if it's okay, what I'm about to talk about is transferring data on a very general level. So I'll keep going with that for a bit. And I expect that in 10 minutes we'll be having a break anyways. And during that break, we will make sure that everyone who should be able to access Archer 2 is accessing Archer 2, so that everyone's able to get on. Data transfers. There's a number of ways that you can transfer data on, onto Archer 2 or from Archer 2. If you want to transfer onto Archer 2 from your local computer, i.e. the one that has your SSH private key that you need for your pair to log into Archer 2, you can use SCP, rsync, or Globus Online. Just looking at the message from Quivin, there might be a couple of people who haven't had their accounts approved yet. If you give me a second, I will do that. Brilliant. Sorry, one moment, I'll check everyone's accounts have been, there's one project, there's a couple of requests. One of which I've approved, and the other one of which I'm approving now as well. Cool, brilliant. Sorry about that. So I've approved for Daniel. Part of the reason was why you've not been able to log in is because I had not yet approved your account request. It's been approved, and you should now be able to go through the process of logging in. No worries. Yes, so data transfer. To transfer from ARCHER2, there are a couple of programs that you can use. Everything's going wrong. There are a number of programs that you can use. The first one is SCP. So to actually, instead, what I will do is I will. Okay, that shouldn't be too bad. So if I wanted to copy something from, say, my local computer onto ARCHER2, the way I would do this is, let's see, let's make a file. I could just run scp temp and then my account at login.archer2.ac.uk. That's because it's temp.dat. There we go. Ah, yes. RMTA. Let's do that again. And I want to copy it to my home directory. Bizarre. Oh, it's, yeah, sorry. So scp -i .ssh/id RSA, wrong key, ID RSA Archer. Oop, I'm getting comments. Oh, sorry, yeah, well. Thanks for pointing that out. To be honest, you've not been missing much. I've mainly been failing at copying things across. Yes, so. So what was I saying? SSH. Let's go back onto ARCHER2. There we go. I'm on ARCHER2. So there's a couple of ways that you can transfer data on from ARCHER2 to other places. Let's imagine that I had a file called temp.dat and hello. You could copy this file across to another machine by running scp. And the way you do that is scp, the name of the file you want to copy, and then the name of the machine, colon, and then on that machine, the path to where you want to copy. And running that, so if I run this command as is right now, it wouldn't work because obviously that's not the real name of a machine, that's not a real path. But running that will run scp and will allow you to transfer that data, that file temp.dat, onto another machine. This can work for small files. It can work for zip files. You can use the -r for recursive to copy entire directories if you want. However, we strongly do not recommend running scp to transfer large data files. The reason for this is the larger the file, the longer it will take to copy across. The longer it takes to copy across, the more likely it is to fail at any point. And scp has no recovery mechanism. meaning if it crashes, it's crashed and you need to restart from the very start. So this is perfect for like small to medium-sized files. For larger things, we strongly recommend you use, instead of SCP, a very similar command called rsync, which I can never remember what the flag is for with recovery, but rsync does enable you to, if for whatever reason the rsync stops, you should be able to recover and restart the file transfer, not from scratch. Like with everything else, if you minus help, or like with a lot of other programs, if you minus help, you get a lot of data about this. And I can never remember. Actually, give me a sec. I believe the flag is. I think, is it minus P? Might be minus P. Or minus V. No, minus V is verbose. So minus P, yes, partial. So yeah, essentially we'll save the progress as it goes. One other thing that I really quickly want to mention about transferring data, at the moment we're talking about transferring one single small file. If you're wanting to transfer a lot of small files, we strongly recommend that you first put them together in a larger tar file to lower the overhead of having to copy over small file, small file, small file, small file. So that is how two of the three ways that we can copy data across from Archer to ARCHER2. The third method is Globus Online, which is an option that you can use to transfer very large amounts of data from one site onto another site that has Globus Online enabled. If you want more information in general about how to transfer data on ARCHER2, there is a data management and transfer guide as part of the ARCHER2 documentations, and it goes in a lot more detail about what is and isn't available. I've briefly mentioned that you can transfer that if you're transferring, well, there's a couple of things that we want to talk about the best practices of data transfer. And the main points that we want you to consider before transferring data are the following. The first of which is, bear in mind, not all data are created equal. So before transferring, make sure that what you're transferring is the critical data that you need to be transferred. Don't transfer over, or try not to transfer over the 500 failed simulations along with the single successful simulation, because, well, transferring costs time and it costs bandwidth, especially over the next, especially when the transition from Archer to ARCHER2 happens. We expect that there's going to be a lot of people migrating data from Archer to ARCHER2, and we expect that there's going to be a lot of strain on the bandwidth between Archer and ARCHER2. Every single, like, it is almost to the point that every single file that is not transferred, or that doesn't have to be transferred but is transferred, is going to cost that a tiny bit extra on the bandwidth. And the more we can lower this, the better the experience will be for everyone. So please make sure to only transfer what you need, and not just do an I'll transfer everything and sort it once it's there. The second thing to think about is minimizing the amount of data that you're transferring. So you can do this in a number of ways. One of the ways that you can do that is by compressing your data. And another way that you can do that is by, you can actually reduce the total amount of data that's being transferred by transferring a single large file, like a tar file, instead of many, many, many small directories with subdirectories with files in them. The reason being twofold. The first one is that every single transferred item has a small overhead, but still a data overhead for just having been created. But the second one as well is that when copying with both rsync and SCP, when copying with either of those, what happens is every file, every folder, everything that is copied over will be individually encrypted, copied, decrypted. And that encryption and decryption time both cost time, and thereby cost processing power. So by reducing that, everything will go more smoothly. Everything will transfer more quickly, but also use up less computational time, which means that especially when there's going to be a ton of people moving from Archer to Archer2, every tiny bit of time and computational power that we can save is very helpful to everyone. Sometimes, it's also important to consider: is it worth compressing? Because sometimes, as this points out, sometimes the time that you spend compressing data can actually be longer than the actual transferring time of the compressed data, uncompressed data. So it's worth considering that. From memory, if your file is quite small, if your folder is quite small in size, then you shouldn't worry too much about compressions. It's only once they get very, very chunky that it's probably worth thinking about compression. And the last thing to bear in mind is, this is a bit more in detail, but I'll actually talk a bit more when talking specifically about transferring data from Archer to Archer2 towards the end of the session. The last thing to bear in mind is encryption takes time. As I've mentioned before, there are many, many different encryption protocols, and sometimes, definitely the most strong, most powerful encryption protocol is going to take longer to encrypt than a weaker one. So sometimes considering which cipher to use can save you time. So this exercise, let's have a quick look. This exercise, so we're actually getting to the point where we will be taking a quick break. If you want to do this exercise in the background during the break, that would be fantastic. You can find all of the information for doing this exercise in the data management and transfer part of the documentations. I'll copy that into the chat. And I will go over the solution when we come back from the break. But the exercise is, if you've got, so using the documentation, would you be able to find the command to create an uncompressed archive of all data within a directory called largedata.output, and how would you go to check that the file you've created is not corrupt before deleting the original data? All of the information for how to do that should be in the data management part of the documentations. And as I said, yep, that would work. As I said, for anyone who wants to work through this during the break, please go right ahead. I will give the solution after the break, and after the break, we will move on to the next section, which is talking about Archer2 specifically, how Archer2 is set up, the work directories, the data directories, and how to use modules and run things on Archer2. So with that, we'll take a break, and probably if we reconvene at 11:15, does that work with everyone? Cool. It seems like it works for at least some people, and no one's saying no, so that's always a good sign. And in the meantime, I will check up with the people who are having login issues to check whether they've been able to log in or not, and answer any questions. I'll be here and answering the chat during the break. So in that case, I guess see you all at 11:15. Okay, thank you everyone for answering. It looks like the vast majority of you have been able to log in. The A couple of you who haven't been able to log in, either I'm in contact with you or you're in contact with either George or George O'Queven. So given this, let's keep going, I suppose. So we finished with this exercise that you may or may not have done. So the question is, how would you tar this file up? And one person answered, one person answered correctly. Manasi answered tar minus xf mydata.tar. That is correct. You'd probably want the output. And then the second part, yeah. Emma's given the correct answer for how to compress with zero, or how to zip with zero compression. Click once. There we go. Where was I? Sorry. Yes, so to zip is zip minus 0R to say zero compression. So the archive should be uncompressed, and the minus R is to allow a recursive operation, i.e. all files and folders within this directory will be zipped. And to verify that the archive is valid, you can use zip again. And I seem to recall, is that the correct command? I can never remember. Well, let's try it. Cool. So ls, oh, someone's thing. Yeah. So mkdir large data zip minus 0R large data dot zip large data. There we go. Now we've got our directory large data here. We've got our zip file large data.zip. And the final thing to check then is whether it's been done correctly, which is zip minus t large data.zip. It's not .t. I did seem to recall that that was wrong. It's uppercase T. That's the one. There we go, and it tells me the zip file is okay. So at this point, I could remove the large data, and indeed I'm going to remove large data.zip because I've no longer any need for it. So that was the solution for that. So carrying on with the course. The next part we're going to talk about is a bit more about, just had the break, is a bit more about what ARCHER2 looks like, how to do things on ARCHER2, where to do certain different parts of research on ARCHER2. ARCHER2 is a Cray system. It's a Cray Shasta system, which consists of a number of different nodes. For anyone who's logged in, you'll notice that when you log in, you are at your username at UAN01 or 02. UAN stands for User Access Node, and there are two of them. I think at the moment everyone should be on one, but I might have missed an email at some point this morning which says that maybe we can reach two as well. That is the login node. That is one of the login nodes. Now, login nodes are where you can do things like data transfer to and from other machines. They can see, essentially the login nodes are the nodes that can see the outside world. They're also the nodes that let you come on, but they are not there to run heavy simulations or anything like that. That's for other nodes, specifically the compute nodes. So the way that ARCHER2 is set up is we've got the login nodes, which users access. They can also be used for, and from those login nodes, you can launch jobs. The login nodes have access to your home directory and also your work directory, and to get it, the solid state directory. Whenever you want to run simulations, you will run those simulations on the compute nodes. These are they're the worker nodes, and we tend to refer to them internally. We tend to refer to them as both compute nodes and backend nodes interchangeably, and that's maybe a bit confusing for people. But the compute nodes are the ones where you actually submit your jobs to run. And the way you submit to the compute nodes is by using the Slurm batch system, and we'll be talking a bit about how to use the Slurm batch system. You'll note here in this diagram, it shows that the login nodes are also the data analyses nodes. I think at the moment, well, I'm certain that at the moment we don't have any pre or post processing nodes on the 4-cabinet ARCHER2 system. I'm not quite sure what the plan is once we have the total 23 cabinets. Maybe George could let me know in the comments if he knows, but I'm not sure off the top of my head whether there will be specific pre and post processing nodes. Each node's login nodes, compute nodes, pre and post processing nodes, if we get them, all have the same types of processors, which are AMD EPYC Zen 2 7742, which run at 2.25 gigahertz, and they have 64 cores each. And every node, all of the nodes are dual sockets, which means that each node has 2 of these processors. So each node has effectively 128 cores per node. For ARCHER1 users, ARCHER had dual socket nodes as well, but each processor had, I believe, 12 cores, meaning that an ARCHER node had 24 cores, whereas the ARCHER2 nodes have 128 cores. Yep, that's right, 24. So because there's 2 of them, it's 24, so 12 apiece, I think. Roughly speaking, at least from the test that I've been doing, it does seem like an ARCHER2 node is about 4 to 5 times as powerful as an ARCHER node, which is pretty cool. And also there's going to be more ARCHER2 nodes than ARCHER nodes once ARCHER2 is fully operational. Which means, apologies. Which means that ARCHER2 is going to be really, really more powerful than ARCHER, like significantly more so. And indeed, at the moment, we are beginning to transfer people onto just 4 cabinets of ARCHER2, and that should be equally powerful to the whole of ARCHER1. The compute nodes. At the moment, there are 1,000 compute nodes on this smaller 4-cabinet system of ARCHER2, which gives a total of 128 compute cores. Each node also has 256 gigabytes of memory per node. This is RAM rather than ROM. And all of the compute nodes are linked together using the high-performance Cray slingshot interconnect. The final ARCHER2 system, as I've mentioned, is going to be 23 cabinets. which is going to have 5,585 nodes and about 750,000 cores, which is enormous. Of those 5,500 odd nodes, 300 of those are going to be high memory nodes, which are going to have an increased RAM of 512 as opposed to 256. Access to the compute nodes is controlled through the Slurm scheduling system. We'll be talking a lot more about that in the next part of this course. But here is a comparison between the two systems. So between ARCHER2 and ARCHER1, and as you can see, both of them are dual processor. However, the ARCHER2 processors have 64 cores as opposed to 12 cores on ARCHER1, which leads to 128 cores per node versus 24. The ARCHER2 processors have 8 NUMA region. I can never remember what NUMA stands for. NUMA is non-uniform memory access. So essentially, because these nodes are so, because these processors are so large, what you end up doing is you join processors together to give each section of the processor an eighth of the memory. So in this case, what you would do is you can almost think of your processors as being split into 8 times 16 cores, and each of those 8 has 1/8 of the total processor memory that it can reach faster than the rest of the processor memory, which is quite useful if you want to speed up some jobs when you're underpopulating a node. Again, we'll talk a bit more about that during the Slurm section. A lot more memory a lot more RAM per processor, and the memory bandwidth is also a lot higher, meaning you can read-write faster and other things like that. And connect is also faster between the nodes. I'm hearing a few pings. I'll check if there's no questions. Yeah, so the question was about there used to be an Archer driving test, and will there be an ARCHER2 driving test? I believe that eventually there will be an ARCHER2 driving test, but it's not currently available. I think we've answered that. Well, Queven did answer that in the comments, but just to reiterate what was said. So yeah, all around, quite honestly, ARCHER2, already just a quarter of ARCHER2, or a bit less than a quarter of ARCHER2, is a really impressive machine. But when it'll be fully here, it's going to be really big, and we're all kind of excited about finally getting everything running and playing around with it when we get to it. Storage. So at the moment, there are only 2 different storage systems available on ARCHER2. There is the home file system, which anyone who's logged into ARCHER2 already will have seen. And there is the work file system, which I'll get to touch on more in a sec. Well, actually, right now. So let me swap back to Shell. So on ARCHER2, if you were to write present working pwd to find your present working directory, you'll see that when you log into ARCHER2, you are in home, your username, home, your project, your username. So my username is TA014JS. This is your home directory. And your home directory is usually the total home directory is 1 petabyte in size. And this is designed for storing any critical source code and data for any ARCHER2 users. These are backed up regularly offsite for disaster recovery purposes. Don't misunderstand. These are backed up for disaster recovery purposes only. If you accidentally delete a file on your home directory, unfortunately, that does not class as a disaster, and we wouldn't recover just for that. If, however, there was a massive fire and all of the building in which ARCHER2 is housed was to collapse, that would count as a disaster, and we would then be able to recover for those purposes. I hope that makes sense. Some small things. So I don't know. You're able to move around wherever you want within reason. Definitely within your project, you can move around. So this is my home directory. If I go up, this shows the home directory of everyone within this project. So hopefully you'll be able to see your username if you've been able to log on or if you've set up an account. Alternatively, if you can't see the username you chose, that means you haven't set up an account yet. One of those of particular interest is the shared directory. And the shared directory, I guess the best way of showing this is as follows. So Quivin, I'm going to try to go into your directory, and it shouldn't work, but there we go. If I try to go into Quivin's directory, it will tell me permission denied. Only a specific user is able to see inside their directory, meaning none of you can see into my directory, and I can't see into any of your directories. This is for security purposes. And incidentally, this is also true for the support team. So whenever you contact anyone for ARCHER2 support, we can never, ever, ever look into your directories. So we've set up a couple of things in order, so this can be a bit of a problem if you want to share files with us, and we've set up a couple of ways to get around this. The first one is in each, so note that I am in home project ID. In each of these, there is a shared file where anyone from the project can put things in or read things from. However, to be able to see this file, you must be part of the project. So we've set up another directory, which is here. So home and then project ID. You'll notice there's another shared directory. And this shared directory is where you can put things to share with anyone else on ARCHER2. So that's a bit about the home file system. Other thing if you ever want to return to your specific home directory, you can cd tilde and look at that, you're back. Sometimes it's possible to have sub-projects. I can't think of any that have them, and this one certainly doesn't, but if there were sub-projects, you would see, I don't know, let's say there was a TA014 new course. In this directory, so in home project ID, you would then see a new folder called TA014-new course or whatever. So sometimes if you're part of a sub-project as well as the whole project, you might be able to swap between those two in this way. So that's the home directory, and you'll remember that, and bear in mind, the home directory, only the login nodes can see the home directory, and only the home directory is backed up for recovery purposes. So okay, this is all nice and great, but if your compute nodes can't see the home directory, where are you going to have them write to if you want to write an output from a job? Well, for that, there's another directory that everyone has access to, and that's the work directory. To get there, you go to cd/work, then project ID, in this case, TA14, then project ID, TA14, and then username. And now you'll see I am in a completely different directory, and this directory, I think I've got I ran some tests to make sure that things were working. This directory is much larger, as in this directory usually has more space in it. The total work directory for everyone on ARCHER2 is 14.5 petabytes, as opposed to the 1 petabyte for home. And this directory is shared between all of the compute nodes and the login nodes. Every node on ARCHER2 can see this. You can view You can view your you can view how much. Sorry, I heard a ping. Just check on the ping. Uh, you've noticed that your home directory is home3, asks Osama. I don't think that makes a difference. I'll check real quick. Yeah, there's just a number of home directories, and I imagine that different projects will be in different directories. Um, we can check real quick. Uh, yeah, it seems, well, check. Yeah, it seems like of them, quite a lot of them seem to point to home1, and home3 just seems to point to home. Yeah, so I'm not quite sure how those are distributed. I can look into that if you're interested, but provided that when you, like, if you're able to write on it, then it's been set up so that you can, it should be the correct directory for you. Yeah, cool. And I imagine they all point to the same place. Uh, so, if you're ever worried about how much space your current work directory has, what you can do is you can run using the Lustre file system. You can run lfs quota minus hgta014 slash work slash ta014 slash ta014. So what I'm saying is LFS quota, I want to find how much the hard drive is, the size of the hard drive, or how much free space there is, rather than the size of the hard drive. And I want the output to be in gigabytes. I'm interested in project TA014, and I'm specifically interested in this file. And there it tells me, at the moment, work TA014, TA014 has used up about 200 kilobytes. There is a limit of 50 gigs. There are 41 files. Most of those will be just your work directories, and some of them will be the test files that I've run. So that's quite a handy command. The other thing as well is, as I've mentioned before, the compute nodes only see the work directory, not the home directory. So commonly what I will do is, when I have a new account on Archer, what I will do is I will create a soft link in my home directory that will take me to my work directory. And the way to do that is you do ln-s, which is -s is symbolic or soft link, and then I think it's work. I might get the order wrong, in which case, please bear with me. So what I'm doing is I'm creating a soft link, and I want a new directory to appear in my home directory, which is just called work. And if I ever cd into work, I want to go to this directory, so into my work directory. The order is wrong. Thanks, George. I always get it wrong. There we go. And now there's a new directory called work. And if I cd work and type ls, you'll see that there's my tests directory that I had in my work directory. So that's quite a handy trick. One small thing to bear in mind, though, is if you ever run present working directory, it will assume that you're in your home directory rather than your work directory, meaning that it's not telling me I'm in work, it's telling me I'm in home /project/my name /work. So minor thing to watch out for. The last drive that you'll have seen mentioned is, there was mention of a solid state drive. and that will be available on the login, and it is not currently available. Let's start with that. It will be available once the whole Archer2 system is up. And essentially, it will add a total of 1.1 petabytes of usable space on a solid state drive, or on a number of solid state drives, which means that it'll be much faster for reading and writing to. And that will be visible to the login nodes and the compute nodes. Mentioned a bit about share. So the next thing we'll talk about is the system software. For that, I'll swap back to the slides. I hope everything's going, I hope everyone's okay with this, with the pace at which we're going and everything and things like that. Please let me know if you'd like me to go a bit faster, a bit slower, whatever. If this is all stuff that everyone knows already, you can go faster. And if this is all very, very new to everyone, I'm also happy to go more slowly. But do let me know in the comments. So Archer2 comes with a number of softwares already available. Some of them are provided by Cray, some of them are provided by EPCC to help mostly our scientific users. Well, predominantly our scientific users. Of particular interest, there are 3 types of compilers available on Archer2. We've got the GNU compilers, so GCC, G-Fortran, G++. There's the Cray compilers, which I believe for C, they've moved to a Clang-like compiler. And for Fortran, they're still using their own in-house compilers. And then there's the AMD compiler suite, so AOCC, etc. You'll note, or Archer1 users will note that there is no Intel compilers. Because we're using AMD processors, we no longer have the Intel suite. There are a number of parallel libraries, including Cray MPI, which is an MPICH-based library. There's also a couple of others, such as Global Arrays and Open SHMem. Cray provides a number of scientific software libraries, such as BLASTLAPACK, SCALAPACK, FFTW3, HDF5, NetCDF. Again, these will all sound like random words if you've never used them before. If you have used them, you'll be interested. But these, so BLASTLAPACK, SCALAPACK are all libraries that are quite common in a lot of systems and which help you run common numerical methods a lot faster. FFTW3 is a way of running faster fast Fourier transforms. HDF5 and NetCDF, I believe, are networking, but I'm not entirely, NetCDF definitely is. I think HDF5 also is, but I might be wrong on that. There are a number of debugging tools. That's someone telling me whether I was right or wrong. File formats, cool. HDF5 is to get the certain file formats. There are a number of debugging and profiling tools. GDB for HPC is Cray's version of GDB, but specifically made for a cluster. So whereas GDB usually only works for serial programs, here you can run them for parallel programs, and indeed parallel programs that are being run over a huge number of processors. Like Valgrind for HPC is for also debugger. With CrayPath helps with finding where things went wrong. No, that's performance analysis, so it's for profiling to find out where you can make your code faster. There's also a couple of other ones that are available. All of these debugging and profiling tools have entries, and indeed everything else have entries in the Archer2 docs. If you're specifically interested in one or a few of them and specifically want to look into them a bit more, go right ahead. There's also Python 3 available by default on Archer2, which comes with NumPy, SciPy, MPI for Pi, and other things. Note, I'll take a moment to mention this. There's Python 3 available. We will not be be supporting, or we as in the in-depth support team will not be supporting Python 2. The reason being that Python 2 is at this point deprecated, so we will not be we will not be looking into that, or we will not be helping with that. We're happy to help you port your codes from Python 2 to Python 3, but Python 2 will not be available on Archer 2. And finally, there is an optimized R environment for anyone who wants who runs simulations in R. The largest differences are we've got Python 3 and R, or specifically optimized for Archer 2. No Intel compilers or MKL libraries. I think I mentioned that really quick. And there's also no ArmForge, DDT debuggers, and map profilers. Now, on top of everything that I've mentioned, and this is everything that's been provided by Cray, we at EPCC also provide a number of research softwares as modules for anyone who's used Archer. We've set up a number of software modules, much like on Archer, that you can run. And we've got software to run a number of things, including a number of materials and molecular modeling. There's some engineering code, biomolecular modeling codes, Earth system modelings, scientific libraries. We've got a couple of those. I think the list is up to date, and some software tools as well. I'm happy to run through them, or if you want, but maybe it's best at this point if you read them in your own time. Licensed software. There are some codes here you will notice that need licenses. For anyone who's a VASP user, VASP requires a license. For anyone who isn't, it still requires a license, right? For licensed softwares on Archer 2, you are expected to bring your own license to the service. We do not provide software licenses for users for use. So it is you as the user need to come along, like have your license sorted in order to be allowed to run on Archer 2. For all of this, which version of Nemo is installed, we can check in a sec. And did we install XIOS? We can check that in a sec as well. That's the next section. Oh, and there's also, yep, the docs will have info for that as well. The other exciting thing is that Archer 2 also supports Singularity containers. So for anyone who's into their containers, there are Singularity containers for single and multi-node jobs. You can find more info on that, again, in the docs. There's a lot of information in these docs, to be honest, which is, we've tried to make them helpful as we could. Cool. So with that, let's move on to the next part, which is, well, so there's all this great software on Archer 2, but how do we actually use it? And for this, I'm actually going to go back to Shell, because that'll be easier. Here we go. So the way that you can find what is available on Archer 2, Archer 2 uses the same or a similar module system as Archer 1 did. So to find out all of the modules available, you can type module list. Module avail. Module list will show you all of the modules that you currently have loaded. By default, you will be in the Cray programming environment, meaning that you will have the Cray compiling environment, you are in CPE for Cray programming environment, and everything to do with the Cray programming environment, including libfabric, a couple of other things. as well as we always make sure that everyone has this module loaded up. This is the module that lets you see all of the modules that EPCC have set up. So these are the modules you start with, and if you're ever unsure about what a module does, you can always find out more by typing module info. Let's go CPE cray. It might be module more. No? Oh, I'm getting it wrong. Apologies. It's module help. Silly me. Module help, and it'll tell you a more or less informative blurb about this. So here it's telling you you're asking for help on this specific module, and then it's telling you we don't really want to tell you very much about this. Some are more useful than others. To see all available modules, you can type module avail, and you will get an enormous list of everything that's available. To start with, you will get all of the to start with, you will get, it looks like you'll get all of the CSE modules, so the ones provided by EPCC as part of our support. And you'll notice, well, amongst other things, say all of the codes that I mentioned before. So say LAMPS is here, VASP is here, which I'd mentioned before. And you can just go through, and then you get all of the cray modules as well. There we go. And yeah, as you can see, there are a huge number of modules. One of the questions was, which version of Nemo do we have? If you're interested in which versions of Nemo are available, what you could do is module avail Nemo. Might not be called Nemo. Would have thought it was called Nemo. Maybe I got the wrong one. But yeah, so using another example instead of Nemo real quick, if I were to say module avail Gromax, it shows me that there are two versions of Gromax currently available, 2020.3 and 2020.4 with plumed. And then module help Gromax 2020.4 plus plumed. There I get some information about this, telling me that it's like what's available and things like that. Also that it's Gromax 2020.3. Might need to change that. So very quickly, one of the questions in the chat from Manassi is, you've created a soft link, but when you do present working directory, you found that you're still in your home directory. Yeah, that's absolutely fine. So you'll notice I'm in my home directory now. When I go into the soft link for work and type present working directory, it says I am still in home, but in this directory which links to work. So it doesn't tell you the exact path, it tells you the relative path to where you were before, but you are in work. And I don't know, if I were to make a directory hello ls and then move to /work/tao14/tao14/ and run ls from definitely work, you'll see that the hello directory is there. And if I now remove the hello directory and then go to home/work, the hello directory is also no longer there. So it's all fine, it works. It's just it doesn't give you the absolute path, it gives you a relative path. Hope that helps. Cool. So modules. I One thing that, again, Archer, one small thing about running module commands is that they're technically error messages. So if you ever want to output them to a file to read them more easily or whatever, you will need to do ampersand caret rather than just ampersand, rather than just that. So just to show you, oh, it does work. Maybe I'm completely wrong. Yeah, that was a part of R1 there. Oh, cool. Maybe there is no Nemo at the moment. So now that we've got, now that we're able to see all of these modules, we're able to find out more information about modules. What happens if you want to? Okay, cool. George says I need to change programming environments, which is perfect because we can just go into that. So what happens if you want to load a specific module? So I've been playing with GrowMax, so I'll show you with this. If you want to load a specific module, so there's a module list before that. Let's say I want to load GrowMax. I can type in just GrowMax, which is the default name of the module, and it will load up the default version of GrowMax. So just as a reminder, the default version is 2020.3. Or I can be much more specific. The module system is happy with either. In this case, let's go with the default. And to load a module, you just type module load GrowMax. And then if you run module list, you will see that the 15th entry for me is now GrowMax 2020.3 because that's the default version. If you want to change a module, so let's say I've loaded GrowMax, the default version, but I wanted the other version, you run module swap or switch. Both work. GrowMax, it'll tell you the version I have for GrowMax, and there's only one other version, so it already knows what I want. You can always press tab to autocomplete, by the way, in case that was a thing. And now if I run module list, my 15th module is now 2020.4 plus plumed, as it should be. One quirk of ARCHER2 compared to Archer is that if you want to change programming environment, whereas in Archer 1 you could run module switch prg env, in this case would be cray to prg env gnu, that doesn't work anymore. So it's unable to do that. Instead, what you need to do is run a module restore, and then the programming environment you want to restore, so in this case, let's say GNU, it tells you everything that it's doing, and it's actually doing a fair amount of stuff. So I'm not going to go through this text, but the most important bit to bear in mind is I'm now in the GNU environment, but if I run module list, you'll notice that, well, okay, so for one, it says programming environment is now GNU. I've got GCC instead of the Cray compilers, and a lot of other information. One very important thing which is missing is GrowMax. The GrowMax module that I had loaded up is no longer loaded up. And what happens when you run module restore is it restores to the default base setting of that module. So please bear that in mind whenever you're running things, that whenever you module restore, you do lose any modules that you've loaded up to that point. Hope that makes sense. Let's go back to the slides. So we've discussed a lot about modules, how to use modules and things like that. The next bit to talk about is a bit more on licensed software. As I mentioned very hand-wavily, there are some licensed softwares available on ARCHER2, for example, VASP. And if you want to get access to this, you will need to ask for access on SAFE. So to do that, you would go, let's say this is my login account on SAFE. And if you go on your login account and go on request access to package, you can find the package that you're requesting access to, let's say VASP, for instance, then press select. And I'm going to say this is for a course so that it will just be cancelled. It will generate a ticket on Archer, on the ARCHER2 safe, which will mean that the support team will contact the VASP developers to check, does this person have a license? There we go. And then press submit, and there you go, package group requested. Request has been created, and now there will be a new ticket for this within the safe that I can track if I wanted to by going on current, well, I can't remember quite where I would go on this, but yeah, I would be able to track this. I would also be getting an email saying, thank you for submitting your query, etc., etc. So that's how you can request access to some of the license packages. One thing I wanted to quickly do as well is request access to package. I don't know if there's a list anywhere else but here's a list of like just looking at the drop-down menu will give you a list of all of the licensed software that we have available on ARCHER2. So we've got things like ADF for quantum chemistry, Amber, CASTEP, ChemShell, FHI Ames. I'm surprised we have Gaussian, but apparently we do. FASP5 and a lot of other things. Cool. If you ever have any problems or questions about any of the software, the ARCHER2 documentations, as I said, we've tried really hard to make it useful and informative. You can just go on there and let's see, for instance, we had some, it was research software. We had some questions about NEMO and I wasn't able to find the package. You can go on the documentations and there's loads of information, including, well, where you can find out more about what NEMO is and then how to use NEMO on ARCHER2. There it mentions that you need to have very specific programming environments to be able to even access NEMO, and it talks you through everything. So we've tried to be helpful. Hopefully it will be helpful and of use to you. The other thing is if you don't find what you're looking for on the ARCHER2 in the ARCHER2 documentations, then please contact the ARCHER2 service desk. And the way to do that is to email support@archer2.ac.uk. I'll write that in the chat. And we'll be more than happy to help you with any of the problems that you're having. .ac.uk, I think that's right. Or is it contact support? Give me 1 second to check. I think it's support at, it is support@archer2.ac.uk. 2.ac.uk. There we go. Cool. So with that, I think that's the end of the morning part of the section. And I think in the course it says that we should reconvene at, let me check. So many tabs open. We should reconvene at oh, it says lunch should be later than this. Would people rather have an early lunch, or would you rather have a later lunch and we keep going to talk about Slurm? I will put up a poll. Lunch 1 to 2, I'm happy to do. So let's see. Polling, multiple choice, lunch, when to lunch. Now in an hour. There you go. I mean, I feel that the in and hours are taking it at the moment. Let me check as well that it's not that it is fine for. Yeah, it seems to be fine for most people. What I'm happy to do is to give to take a 5-minute break just to rest my voice, which should also give anyone who wants their lunch now time to get and grab their lunch. Does that sound good to everyone? Cool. It seems to do that. So in that case, let's take a small 5-minute comfort break and come back at 1:15, and then we'll go through how to run Slurm and have lunch at 1. Cool. See you in 5 minutes. And as always, if you have any questions, any comments, please leave them in the comment section and I'll read them and try to address them. Right, it seems like definitely the majority are back. So let's keep going. So far, I've been mainly talking about how to. Well, we've discussed how to log into Archer, how to load modules on Archer, but we've not really discussed if you've got access to Archer 2. I'm sorry, Archer 2 rather than Archer. If you have access to Archer 2, the main reason you've got access to Archer 2 is to run jobs. So maybe at some point we should discuss something about how to submit and run jobs on Archer 2. So unlike Archer 1, Archer 2 uses the Slurm job submission system, or the Slurm scheduler. We tend to use both words, and it's a bit different from from PBS. To start off with, there's a number of commands that you can use on Slurm to tell you a bit more about the queue. And actually, I'm trying to think, is it better if I think it's better if I do it visually. One of these commands, which is very interesting, is sinfo. So for Slurm, quite often, if you have a command, the first letter of that command is always going to be S. So some of the commands are things like sinfo, which will give you information about every single node currently as part of the system, whether it's idle, whether it's up, whether it's reserved, whether it's whatever, it'll tell you about that. There's srun for running jobs. There's sbatch for submitting jobs in a more proper way to the backend nodes. There's what else? There's scancel for canceling job, sq for finding out about your jobs and other jobs, and loads of other things like that. So let's start with sinfo, because that's the easiest one to do, and that will tell you all information the nodes are too. And as you can see, if you were to add up, you'd be quite close to 1,000. Maybe 1024, but I'm not too sure. I think it should be 1,000. But you'll see, well, what does it say? It tells you that of these nodes, 20 of them are in drain state, meaning there's something wrong with them and they've been taken offline. And then it tells you these are the node IDs for all of the nodes that are drained. So you know that this node, for instance, you're not going to be able to run on it because it's not there. 15 are down. 2 are drained, but we know about them. 48 are reserved, meaning that people have placed reservations in order to use these nodes. We actually have a reservation for this core. We'll get to that in a second. Another reservation which might be interesting, which is always there, is there are always some nodes reserved for running short jobs that take less than 15 or 20 minutes. But yeah, so there are 48 currently reserved, and then we get to the big part of 928 nodes which are currently allocated, i.e. there are 928 nodes on which jobs are currently running. And you can find information like, you can tell exactly which nodes are running. There is one node which is idle, so the whole of one node which is doing nothing at the moment, and there are 7 nodes that are also down. I believe that the asterisk means they're down at the top means that they're down or drained unexpectedly, whereas the drained and down without the asterisks are known about. But I'm not too sure. I'm not 100% sure about that. So that is S-info. You'll notice as well, the very first column tells you, so the S-info tells you a number of things. It tells you the partition to which these nodes are available. And you'll notice for all of them, the partition is standard. Whether they're available, the time limits, so how long you can run on this node on this set of nodes during this partition. And you'll notice here it says 1 day, 0 hours, 0 minutes, 0 seconds. So you can run for a total of 24 hours. How many nodes are in this state, what state they are in, and then which nodes are there. One of the questions I saw pop up was, why would you want to know about this? Well, 2 reasons. One, it's a very good way of quickly being able to see how many nodes are free. Let's say I want to run a, I don't know, 512 node job, and I want to get an idea of how quickly that's likely to happen, or how busy the system is. I can use that to quickly find out. The other thing is you can also see how nodes are up or down. I agree that this is probably, like, quite honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if most of the time the only thing you're interested in is this line, which tells you how many nodes are idle. But if you're interested in seeing as well, if you're interested in seeing as well how the system is doing generally, it's also a quick way of getting an idea of, are there a lot of nodes that are down? Are there things like that? But yes, day to day, you probably, I hardly ever use the S-info command. That is a very fair point. If you want even more information, you can use sinfo -n1, which will tell you node by node what everything's on. But again, as pointed out by Manasi, maybe it's not what you want to do, but that's a possibility. So let's move on to the next bit, which is probably something that you'll be more interested in, which is how do you submit jobs to this? To do that, the way that's most similar to doing it on ARCHER1 is to submit an SBatch script. And to do that, let's have a look at the slides. To do that, you'll first need to start by making an SBatch script. And for those of you who have used Slurm before, you'll recognize this, this is all absolutely fine and understandable. For those of you who used Archer before, you'll notice that this is quite similar to a PBS script, but with SBatch rather than PBS, and with some of these names maybe a bit different. So So okay, you've got an SBatch script, and let me quickly talk you through what this says. At the very top, you've got minus minus job name. That lets you give the name of this particular job. So for instance, in this case, it would be called my MPI job. Nodes tells you the number of nodes you want to use. N tasks per nodes tells you the number of processors you want to use per node. So in this case, 128. You could set that to less if you wanted. If you wanted to underpopulate your nodes, for instance, you could set that to 64 or whatever. CPUs per task tell you how many CPUs you're planning to use for every task. So for if you're wanting to run something which has mixed MPI OpenMP, for the n tasks per node, you would reduce that and you would increase your CPIs per task, and that would dictate how many processors, how many MPI threads you would have on a node would be dictated by the n tasks per node, and then how many processors per OMP would be dictated by the CPUs per task. Hope that makes sense. Oh, someone has a question. Yep, Manasi, you have a question. Would you like to type it in chat? Okay. Or you can say it out loud if you're okay to be recorded asking the question. Otherwise, I will keep going.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, so my question was if we use less than 128 number of processors, then are we sort of underutilizing the capacity, and is it less efficient or not recommended, or how does it actually work?
That's a very good question, and that's very dependent on the program. There are programs that will be most efficient and perform best when you're using every single processor on the node. And then there are programs which, because memory is a bigger cap, will work better if you use less processors per node, and thereby they'll have more memory per processor and be able to run faster. So that really depends. Unfortunately, it does change from program to program. Hope that helps.
Okay, thanks. And also, where do we get to know this information? Do we get to know this information if how many number of nodes would work for this particular program from the program website or from our trials and errors runs?
That's also a very good question. I've mainly been testing these things myself, and I think a lot of people in the CSE team have been testing things as well for a lot of programs. Where it's obviously better to underpopulate a node, i.e. use less than all of the processors, we tend to write that in the documentations. So where we find that to be the case, we'll write it in the documentations for ARCHER2. I imagine that's probably the best first place to go. So carrying on. Time, just to check that. Yeah. Carrying on, the minus time command is how long do you want this to run for? You'll notice that in this case, it's running for 0 hours, 10 minutes, 0 seconds. So before the first colon is hours, middle is minutes, end is seconds. And then for the account, it's which budget code are you running this under? So in this case, because this course, everyone should have an account or has the ability to have an account under TA014, the account should be TA014. However, if you were wanting to run this on a different under a different budget, you'd want to use a different budget code. So this part is slightly different from PBS for Archer users. For Slurm, you need to define two things. You need to define the partition, which tells you which bit of the total cluster you want to use. In this case, it's standard. And you need to define the QoS, or quality of service, which in this case is standard. So I believe that the reason for partitions in Slurm is because Slurm is originally made to enable you to have clusters of computers of different architectures and different makes, and you probably wouldn't want to run your job across computers that are of make A and of make B, because there might be some compatibility issues. The quality of service is much more similar to saying which queue you want to submit to. So for instance, if you wanted to submit to like the high memory queue, you would go do that once it becomes available. Short queue as well would involve a change to the quality of service, and other things like that. All codes need to start with a module load EPCC job env. That's just to make sure that when the compute node gets the code, it's got the correct list of modules available. For this specific code, we'll be running a small program, or for this specific example, we'll be running a small program called XTHI, which XTHI, what it does is it will run a quick program that will ask every node to say, I am node number this, and it will ask everything that's used by the node, it will ask it to say, well, here is my identification. So am I, am I a thread 0 or 1? Am I on rank 0 or 1? I.e., am I processor 0, 1, 2, 3, all the way to 128? Am I on node 0, 1, 2, 3, to however many nodes you've got? And things like that. So, so we'll be running this quick program just in order to run something, and also to see how things are distributed across the various nodes. Export OMP num threads 1 is just to specify we're running a single thread. It's to set the OMP thread number to 1, which note that if you want to run with a mixture of OpenMP and MPI, you will need to have the correct number of OpenMP threads in CPUs per task and in OMP num threads, and both of those should be equal. And then finally, after everything's loaded, we can finally run our executable, and we do that by running srun xthi, which is the name of the executable, with 2 little bits in the middle. What do those 2 little bits in the middle mean? Well, let's start with the second one. -hint no multi-thread is just specifically saying I do not want any multi-threading. It is possible to multi-thread on ARCHER2, meaning that you could, like each processor has 128 cores, which could act as 256 multi-threaded. However, we strongly recommend you don't. You can if you want to, and you're certainly welcome to play around with it, but multi-threading, no, is usually is what we recommend. And the other thing is the distribution. And what the distribution does is it says, well, okay, let's suppose that I've asked for 1,280 processors, and I end up only using 75. How should Slurm distribute the 75 processes that I need to use between all of the processors and all of the nodes? Obviously, it'll be much better if all of the it'll usually save in communication if everything's happening on the same node, and then so with this distribution, we are essentially telling Slurm, make sure that if there are less processors used than asked for, make sure that you fill up the node, a node, before you move on to the next node, and fill up that node before you move on to the next node, etc., etc., etc. So that is what the first block means. What the second block means is, as I've mentioned before, each processor has a number of NUMA regions, non-uniform memory access regions, and each processor within a NUMA region will access its NUMA memory faster than it will access any other bits of memory within the processor. So if you're gonna run on a single processor, you would rather fill up a single NUMA region before filling up all of the, rather than spreading them, so that everything's really close to the memory you're wanting it to access. Again, it saves time in communication. So what we've got here is the second part is saying make sure you fill up a NUMA region fully before you then move on to the next one. So that's the code that we'll be running. I will put this link into the chat. But quite literally, what I'd like you to do now, and what I'll be doing as well, is if you could copy this, and then just make a new folder using Vim or Emacs, I think are the two that we support. I don't know. I don't think we have Pico. Do we have Pico? Maybe not. Or Nano. We have Nano. Why do we have? Anyways. Make a submission script. I tend to call mine .slurm to remind myself that they're slurm inputs. And then copy paste. And then run sbatch, spelled correctly, sbatch, sub.slurm, and there we go.
Julien?
Yeah?
Are you sharing the window you think you are?
Nope, I'm really not.
Okay, we can see your web browser at the moment, not your terminal.
Yep, thank you for pointing that out.
It's karma for slagging off Nano.
Yeah, clearly. So let's restart that. If you open, so first of all, let's start this properly. First, make sure that you are in your work directory. I'm going specifically to work here rather than to the symbolic link for demonstration purposes, because I'm not sure everyone has made a work directory. And then inside your work directory, use whatever your favorite editing software is for Shell, and then copy and paste the code across from that website that I just sent the link to. So there you go, I've copied exactly the code that I've been describing. And then if I run sbatch sub.slurm, I get a comment saying your job 65647 has been submitted. I can follow my job by using sq, which will let me see the queue. If I just type sq, queue, that can be interesting, but not very useful in this case. Instead, what you want to see is the queue just for yourself. The best way to do that is to sq-u $user, or sq-u your username. It's the same thing. There's nothing in the queue, and the reason for that is because my job has already finished. But if I were to be a bit smarter about this. So what I'm running now is I am submitting the same job again, and then I am watching the command sq-u user, which means that every 2 seconds it'll update whatever the command sq-u user gives out, so let's see whether my job is running or not. I run this and you'll see at the moment it's pending, now it's running, it's run for 2 seconds, 4 seconds. You get the idea, and now it's done. So let's, it'll give me the same output whichever I use, right? So let's go with this one. Once it's run, what you should get is, as I mentioned before, this is really not the most exciting program. It's just a nice, easy program to show you how nodes get filled up. So what you'll get is a number of outputs to screen telling you, okay, this was run on 2 nodes. Here's the ID of the first node. Here's the ID of the second node. The first output is from node 0, rank 0, thread 0, meaning that the 0th processor on the 0th node, this is in C, so just think that there's a +1 there, has output. Then the first processor has output, then the second processor on that node, then the third processor, etc., etc., etc. Always thread is going to be 0 because we've set no multi-threading. If you were to remove no multi-threading, you would see 2 things change. I think thread might change, but I'm not entirely convinced, and definitely affinity would change. But we'll notice that in another exercise. So at this point, how many of you, could you raise your hands if you have managed to run the code? One. Oh, more than one. If you got an error in running this code, please let us, please write it either in the comments or on Etherpad. We'll have a look at it. But it does seem like most of you have been able to run. It doesn't have to be a .slurm file. It shouldn't matter whether it's a .slurm or a whatever. But I'll quickly test that live. Yeah, so it doesn't matter what you call the. I recommend Slurm just so that you know that your input files, your submission files are all end with a .slurm, but you don't need .slurm. Call the file whatever you want. But maybe specifically PBS doesn't work. I don't know. I've not tried. Nope, seems fine. So perhaps there's an issue with what's inside the file. Cool. That's great. Loads of you have been able. So, I mean, if you hadn't already, congratulations. You've run your first job on ARCHER2 on 2 nodes and everything like that. George seems to be helping with debugging, and I seem to have a lag with the chat. So, oh, cool, it worked. Brilliant. So, let's go back to the slides. So we've talked a lot. We've talked about submitting a job. We've talked about things like that. So now there's a wee bit of an exercise. Now that you've got a test case that now that you have a test case that works, here's a quick exercise of could you find what the defaults are for SBatch, i.e. if you weren't to add some of these things, what is the most minimalist script you could submit to SBatch that would run? And I'm happy to give you 5-10 minutes to work on this, and feel free to ask questions as we go. So probably the easiest way to test these is to start with the top one. Yeah, so the easiest way to find out which of these, I want to say matters, is you can just, well, if you put a space between the, I forgot the name, the hash and the word, the S batch, then that counts as a commented line. Whereas if there's no space, then it counts as a command. So the easiest way to find whether, say, account matters is by doing this, and then S sub.slurm. Seems to be running. And that seems to have run. Yep, seems to work fine with accounts. So the question is, what is the default account that Slurm will charge to? I mean, from that, you can probably guess there's only one account linked to, or one budget linked to the account you have. It's going to default to TA014. The next one is task. Has anyone done tasks per node? So one of the questions I see in chat is, what is Slurm? Slurm is a job submission manager. So it is a program that lets you submit jobs to a queue, and when they get, when compute nodes become available to run your jobs, it will send your job to the compute nodes and distribute, make sure you have the correct resources that you've asked for, and things like that. And also collate outputs. If you've used, judging by the fact that you were using file names .pbs, if you've used Archer before, it's the equivalent of PBS on Archer. Cool. So we've worked out that accounts don't. Let me put the page back up. So we've worked out that budgets and accounts don't do, you know, that the default budget is likely to be the default budget for your account. Was anyone able to run a job with tasks per node unspecified? Could you put your hands up if you think tasks per node would, getting rid of tasks per node would work, would still run fine? Yep, got a couple of people who reckon that is correct. And if I remember correctly, so, oh yes, and these are the solutions exactly. But yeah, so the way to run that is just job name plus account. Does it still run? Tasks per node, yep, you can totally run with tasks per node, and the default node count is 256. Why is it 256? Well, the reason why it's 256, as I mentioned before, hyperthreading is available and enabled on ARCHER2, meaning that as far as Slurm is concerned, it considers every single hyperthread as a separate possible task. So as every processor has two, when hyperthread is enabled, as each processor is seen as two effective processors by Slurm, which is why 256 rather than 128. Default number of nodes, well, default number of nodes is 1. It's kind of what you'd imagine. And the way to do that is, again, if you just run this very minimalist script, which, note, by the way, that you only need a job name and an account. I'm not even sure you need a job name. Running that in the background. Nope. Also, yeah. That is something, actually. Sorry, one moment. Yeah, that is something. Just very quickly, let me check something. But yes, so minimum number of things is of nodes is 1. And then the final one is actually quite tricky to find out. And to do that, you will need to use a command called Slurm Accounts Manager, or sact, to query a specific job and find out what it says the time limit is. Yes, so account manager, let me quickly show you a bit more about that. Sorry, my computer's being a bit slow for some reason. One hour default limit. Yeah, so am I sharing that? Yes, I'm sharing the right screen. Apologies for that. Yes, so the way to find that out is to use Account Manager, which is a super handy tool and gives you loads of information. Specifically, we're interested in the time limit. You'll get for here that the time limits will all be 10 because I've not played around with the time limits on any of these. Did I misspell time limit? That would totally be me. It's -J for job ID. So what I'm saying here is I'm saying I want to check for the time limit specifically on this job. And actually, I want the job ID rather than the output file. There we go. So this job ID, and it will tell me the time limit 10 minutes. Now, why did it say that it was 10 minutes? Simply because in my sbatch script, I'd set it to 10 minutes. But if I were to rerun sub.slurm, cool, it submitted the job. And now I can just, sact -o time limit -j shift insert. There we go. You get that the default time limit is 1 hour. I'm now going to cancel this job. To cancel a job is scancel, because I don't want a 30-second job to be in the queue waiting for an hour's worth of time. Just generally not a nice thing to do. And the other things I wanted to point out very quickly was I seem to recall that time limit is not case sensitive. So never played around, but yeah, see, so it's fine with whatever case you make of it. And if you just run saccount for a given job, you will get a lot of information, and you can ask for specific parts in the -o. Cool. I heard a couple of pings. Let me check that I'm up to date on the questions. Yes, looks like. Cool. So that's how you can use and run on Slurm. And apologies for the small pauses. I was pretty sure that you needed your budget to be able to run jobs, as in your account code. But so I wanted to check that I wasn't just seeing ghosts. So let's see. I've shown you how you can check your progress with SQ and how you can cancel jobs on using scancel. I'm not sure, Queven or George, would you happen to know whether email notifications have been enabled on ARCHER2? I thought that wasn't the case just yet. But there is a Slurm command which, once that's enabled, you should be able to get ARCHER2 to send you an email whenever any of your jobs finish. And that command is like the easiest way to find this sort of thing is there's a lot of sites that tell you a lot of things about Slurm. So Slurm email notification. So you would use -- mail user and the email address. The other way that you could find this rather than by Googling is you can find this on ARCHER2 by running sbatch -- help, and that will tell you all of the options that you can run under sbatch. And if you're specifically looking for mail, there you go. You've got -- mail users, who to send an email notification for job state. Yep. Now one of the things that we didn't really look at too much, though I think we did. Oh, that should change. We mentioned how to run in parallel, but we didn't really mention too much on it. So cool. Yeah, so sorry, where's I? Yes, I quickly hand waved over srun, but actually, if we go back to the terminal, and look at our submission script, so we've got all of the sbatch commands, and the very final command, as well as the module loads, export OMP number, and so on. The final command we run is srun with some distribution hints, and then the program we want to run. The srun command is the part of Slurm that will spread your job across all of the processors and all of the nodes that you've asked from the sbatch script, and will make sure that everything is running properly. There are a lot of again, like with sbatch, there are a lot of possible things you can play around with using srun. For instance, you can change the number of tasks to run. So instead of running on, if you were wanting to say run on only 128 processors over 2 cores, you could have a -n in there. You could change the number of nodes. You could change. You could include, even things like your account names, things like that. Indeed, it is entirely possible to run a. It's entirely possible and doable to run a simulation just using srun. And the way you do that is, roughly speaking, is by running an srun command with all of these written in it. So let's see, what do we got? Srun nodes equal 2. Node equals 2.8. Time equals 0, 1, 0, because it runs in under a minute. Partition equals standard. QoS equals standard. So we're done a count. Count equals T8014. And then xthi. It's not going to be happy at the moment because I've not got the module loaded. Thi. And there it should be queuing. And there it's run. So as you can see, I was able to run a job in exactly the same way as before, just using srun. A couple of things. The first one is this queues just like any other job. We strongly recommend you use sbatch rather than srun, but there are certain things that you can do with srun, like for instance, open up a shell on a on what's it called, on one of the compute nodes. Things to note, you will see first that this was run not on the head nodes, so not on UAN01, but it was indeed run on one of the backend nodes, or on 2 of the backend nodes, because I asked for 2 nodes. The other thing as well, you'll notice that the affinity is different, and the numbers for the affinity go from 0 to 128, or sorry, from 0 to 255, rather than from 0 to 127, which is what happened in the original thing. The reason for that is because I did not set the hint multi-threading. So if I were to add the hint multi-threading, that would get added. So the question, what is affinity? Affinity is essentially, well, my understanding of affinity is that it's a way of letting you know which possible threads are associated with this. So does it come up once? Does it come up multiple times? For hyper-threaded systems, this tells you, well, actually, I don't know, let's take this one for instance. Well, actually, technically, rank number 250 on node number 1 could technically be reached by going on, is technically seen as having a number 47 and 175 based on whether you're using the lower or higher thread. But it's something to do with multi-threading, and unless you specifically want to play around with so the question is it like coordinates of the processor? The rank is the coordinate of the processor. The affinity is the hyperthreads within the processor, and the coordinates of the hyperthreads within the processor is a good way to think of it. Yeah. Cool. So that's how you can run things with srun. I noticed that it's about 1:05, and we said we were going to have lunch at 1, so I'm going to suggest this seems like a nice place to break for lunch. So if everyone's okay with this, let's stop for lunch for a bit, and then after lunch I'll talk more about using srun and also running hybrid MPI OpenMPs. Shall we reconvene at 2? Okay, I make it 5:05, and it doesn't look like there's anyone joining at the moment. So welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a pleasant lunch break. I'm really happy to see that at least everyone who's answered has been able to log into ARCHER2, so that's pretty perfect. And with that, let's carry on where we left off. Let me share my screen. Which is, we were talking about running applications using srun directly from the login node. So as I showed before the break, I will switch to my shell. As I showed before the break, it is possible to run a job using srun from the.
Julien,
yeah, George?
Sorry to interrupt. I can't see your screen at the moment. It says it's sharing content from you, but there's nothing on my screen. Does anybody else have that problem?
I can see Julian's terminal with srun.
Oh,
SDHL.
okay, so it's possibly just me then. Okay, I'll investigate what's gone wrong.
If you reload the page, that usually fixes it. I've had this issue before. Yeah, so where was I? Yeah, so we were talking about using srun to launch a job directly onto from the login node, and we were also talking about how when you do this, it will. Sorry, what am I doing? How when you do this, it will still run the job on the compute nodes, and it will still follow all of the commands that you asked. I mentioned that you should be able to use. The similar commands as the ones that you put in the hash sbatch parts of the things to run that code. To run the code using srun, and so I guess one of the questions is, why would you rather use srun or not, as the case may be? Srun is a much more interactive version of for running things, meaning when you use srun, essentially the job will run as if it has your programming environment on the login node. So at the moment, if I were to type module list, any job that I run will run with all of these modules loaded, which can be a good thing and a bad thing. It can be quite a bad thing if you're trying to debug, because perhaps the module list I have today is different from the one I'll have tomorrow, and maybe tomorrow I won't be able to, if I don't have the same module list, maybe the program won't run in the same way as today. Whereas if I'm running with a bash submission script, well, I've got all of my commands set up. I've reset up my environment. I know exactly where everything stands. For reproducibility, maybe it's a bit better. But it can have it can be very useful for doing interactive things, like if you're trying to debug a code or something like that. Maybe srun is a better way to find out exactly which module might be going wrong, or which tiny bit you need to fix, or that sort of thing, without having to go back and forth between submitting a job, fixing a single line in your submission script, submitting a job, that sort of thing, without having to have that much of an iterative process. The other thing that you may have noticed is that when you run an srun command, so srun xthi, yes, so it's not happy because partition equals standard, QoS equals standard, time equals 0, 1, 0, thi. And yeah, I should maybe specify as well n tasks per node 8. I hear there was a question. Can I copy? Yeah, sure. I'm happy to copy this in chat once I get it running in a sensible fashion. Equals 2 and hint equals no multi-threading. Got that one wrong. No multi-thread rather than multi-threading. Boom. And there it's happily running, or it's at least happily submitted. There we go. That's what I just run in chat. So I've just posted what I've run in chat for anyone who wants to copy along. So while I was copying that, those of you who were observant will have noticed two things. The first one is there is nowhere is there a job ID number. So if anything goes wrong, say with the nodes or anything like that, it's a lot harder to find out what went wrong and to find out, like to query using the job ID to find out what went wrong. The second thing as well is while this job is queuing, you're just left with nothing happening. Apologies, I'm hearing some questions. Ooh, interesting, someone's getting an error. Strange error. So actually that that really feeds into what I was about to say, which is someone tried running the Manassi tried running the same srun job that I was running and came across an error. Yes, that is a very, very important point and well spotted, George, which is you absolutely need to make sure that you have the XTHI module loaded. And this really feeds into what I was saying before of, in this case, because my programming environment was different from Manassi's programming environment, the job for Manassi didn't work, whereas it did for me. So it's less reproducible. Whereas if I were to have copied the input of my Slurm submission script, that's set in stone, reproducible, and essentially everything starts back from almost, you can think of it as with sbatch, everything's like it's a clean, as if it were a clean slate, whereas with srun from the login node, that's less the case. Yep, and as George mentions, to load XTHI is module load XTHI. It's not going to be happy for me because I've already got it loaded. Oh no, it's fine. Cool. There you go. So yeah, that's how you can run from srun. Now the next part of the course is a small exercise, and you're welcome to use either the srun method or the sbatch method, whichever you prefer, to try and do the following, which is so we've talked a lot about underpopulating a node on ARCHER2. And I've also mentioned briefly why you might want to do that in order to either access more memory. So to get more memory, what you would do is you would want to split. So you would want to underpopulate a node, meaning you would want to use less processors than are available on the node. And there's two reasons why you might want to do that. The first one is a speed reason of you might want all processors to be within the same NUMA region, so that they reach that same shared memory faster and can communicate between one another faster, so that makes things faster. Or you might want each processor to have as much memory as possible by making sure that they're distributed amongst different NUMA regions, so that essentially rather than sharing this bit of the processor memory with other processors so that you can communicate faster. Maybe instead you want this bit of the processor's memory to be just for this process, and every other process has its own bit of the has its own NUMA region to work with. So there's a couple of tasks, and if you think you know the answer as a simple srun job, feel free to write it in chat. Otherwise, feel free to play around with it, ask questions. How do you think you would go about managing to run a simulation on 4 nodes, which has 64 tasks per node? Once you think you know how to do this, please either put your hand up or write it in. So the question is, let's do it as an srun command because it's easier to copy. Based on the previous srun command that I posted, what would you change in order to, instead of running on 128 tasks per node and on 2 nodes, what would you change to run it on 4 nodes with 64 tasks per node? Yeah, Alex, that's entirely correct. Yeah, that's right. You would so you would need to change the node count, and you would need to change the n tasks per node. The second bit of this question is asking about how to ensure that you've got a single task per socket. And that's actually already done because there's the multi-thread option. Should ensure that there's 1 task per socket. And the final part of this question is how would you run 32 tasks per node, but ensuring that there is only an even distribution across all 8 NUMA regions. This one's a bit tricky. And if you're really not sure, please feel free to put your hand up, and if there's too many people who are unsure, I will just show the answer instead. But the first step to this would be to consider how the processors are split across the NUMA regions. Cool. Right, so as I said, that last one is a bit tricky. Yep. Yes, that last one is a bit tricky. So I will indeed talk you through the thing, through the answer. So as I mentioned before, each Archer node has 2 processors. So each processor has 64. Sorry, each node has 2 CPUs, and each CPU has 64 processors per, and 4 NUMA regions per CPU, meaning that you've got, I believe you end up with 16 processors per NUMA region. So what you're doing here is you are telling I think from memory, let's see. What you're doing here is you are essentially telling Slurm that you want to underpopulate. I think that should be yeah. There's 8 NUMA regions. Am I wrong about that? Sorry, I'll check that real quick because I might be wrong on that one. It's that one. Oh, yep, so 8 NUMA regions per node. So actually, I'm not sure that answer is correct, but there we go. So 16 cores per NUMA region and 8 NUMA regions per node. Yep, that adds up. Where is it? There it is. So I think that that one's actually wrong. So two things. First of all, apologies, that answer is wrong. I believe that if you wanted 32 tasks per node and to make sure that there's an even distribution across the 8 NUMA regions, for starters, you would definitely not want to use distribution block block. I believe you would need to use distribution block cyclic is probably the easiest way to do this. So instead of distribution block block, you should do distribution block cyclic. And what that would do, I mean, just that command will do what you're trying to do, to be honest. So if you had something which was minus minus nodes equals 8, or 4 actually, equals 4, minus minus n tasks per node equals 8, and minus minus distribution. I'm not currently on the terminal. I'm writing in it so that you'll have a copy of it. Distribution equals block cyclic. There we go. So that's the command you would need to do. And what that would do is ask for 4 nodes. Sorry, n tasks per node should be, is there a way to edit this? Nope. N tasks per node should be 32, not 28. Not 8 even. Where did 8 come from? 32, yeah. So what that would ask for is 4 nodes on which you would want to use 32 processors, and the distribution method is telling you fill up a node entirely. So i.e. if you've got 60, if you've got 60 processors, or if your job is running on 60 processors, fill up node 1 first before filling up node 2. And the second bit, the cyclic bit, is saying, oh, and when you're spreading across NUMA regions, put 1 in A, 1 in B, 1 in C, etc., 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 before putting a second one in A. So Manasi is asking, where exactly do we add those? So it's essentially you replace the srun command. So what it would look like if I were to write this would be srun, you need a partition or it won't run, so equals standard. Again, I'm typing in chat, by the way. You need a QoS or it won't run. Then you add those 4 parts, and then you run xdhi. So essentially, you're replacing the parts of the command within the srun. So the minus minus nodes in the original srun, you change from 2 to 4. The minus minus n tasks per node, you change from 128 to whatever you want. And just to really push the point home, if you were wanting to do this, rather than using an srun command, if instead you were trying to do this in your submission script, you would be changing all those same values just here. So if I wanted 32 tasks per node rather than 128, I would change it here and put 32. And if I wanted, what did we say? Let's say we wanted, sorry, 2 instead of 1 tasks per CPU tasks, you would put it there. And you could also add an extra command as batch, distribution, etc., etc. However, note that if you add an sbatch command distribution here, and there's another one here, it will always use this one as the default. Cool. So one of the questions, does the order matter in sbatch? No, it really does not. The order does not matter in sbatch, and it also does not matter in the srun command, even the longer srun command. There we go. I could put nodes first, I could put nodes second, I could put n tasks first, I could put n tasks second. I believe the only time it matters is if I were to do a minus minus nodes equals 2 and a minus minus nodes equals 4, the later one would override the previous one, I think. I'm actually interested now, so I'm going to run this in the background while I'm... is a task per node a new thing on Archer 2, or was it there on Archer as well? I don't remember. I think it was there on Archer 2, on Archer 1, but it was hidden behind an option, I think. So you could specify a tasks per node option, but it was hidden. As Queven says, you could hide it behind the -n option. Yeah, so for those of you who are interested in my little experiment in the background, it did run on 4 nodes. As you can see, the highest numbered node is 3, the lowest is 0, so 4 nodes, meaning this will override this because it's later in turn order. Yeah. Right, so the next bit to talk about, and we've already very much hinted about it. We've already very much, there's been huge hints about it already. But what if you want to run a hybrid OpenMP MPI job? Well, to do this is relatively simple. And first off, so there's 128 processors per node, meaning if you want 2 OMP processes per MPI thread, you would need to lower the number of MPI tasks per node by at least half. So let's start at the beginning by pretending that we essentially want to run, let's say we want to run sorry, one moment. But let's say we want to run, let's say we want to run 8 MPI threads, each having 16 OpenMP processes. How would we go about this? Well, to set the number of MPI processes, you need to change the number in n tasks. So we want 8 of those, we would change this to 8. To set the number of OpenMP processes, you would need to change the number of CPUs per task. So in this case, we want 16. At this point, always make sure, does the n tasks times the CPUs per task, is that equal to or less than 128? If it is, you're fine to carry on. If not, then then Slurm will not be happy if you've got the no multi-thread hint, and it should crash. I've never tried it, but it should. Let's drop that to a minute, because why not? The other thing to bear in mind is we want a number. We have changed we want to change the number of OMP threads. We want 16 OpenMP threads as opposed to just 1. So we need to change that number to 16. And then run that. And there you go. It's run, and it should have run. Yes, so it will have run as follows. And you'll notice, well, you'll notice a couple of things. First of all, because we've got 1 MPI process per OpenMP thread, that means that we should have only 8 MPI processes per node. And you'll see that here, the rank, i.e. the MPI process, is 0 up until the point where the thread number reaches 15. The thread number tells you how many OpenMP threads you have. The rank number tells you which MPI process you are on. So 0 up until you reach 15, and as soon as you reach 15, rank goes to 1, thread drops to 0, and then it starts increasing again. Rank stays the same at 1, whilst the thread numbers rise up to 15, and it keeps going. And you'll notice that after rank number 7, thread number 15, we should move on to node number 2. And we do. So that's, I mean, that's the relatively easy way of, I mean, I find that it's actually very easy and self-explanatory personally to run mixed MPI OpenMP jobs with Slurm. What did I do that for? I wanted to do this. There we go. Namely, n tasks is the number of MPI processes, CPUs per task, and OpenMP OMP num threads will define the number of OpenMP threads, and both need to be equal. So one of the questions is, do we always see the details of node ranks threads on the terminal, or can we hide it? Well, I'm looking at it from the output of the Slurm file. However, please bear in mind that the only reason we're seeing this is because we are running, if you look at my submission script, we are running the program XTHI. It is that program XTHI that generates that output. If you're running something other than XTHI, you're not going to get that output unless it's part of that program. Yep. So I hope that explains how to do mixed MPI and OpenMP. And very briefly, so there's a section in the documentations that explains it a bit more, but very quickly, there's a couple of quick tricks that you might be interested in. So because of the number of NUMA regions and the number of processors per NUMA region, there's some handy numbers. So for instance, the one that I ran, which was 8 MPI tasks per node and 16 OpenMP threads per task, that's equivalent to 1 MPI task per NUMA regions. And if you were to do 16 and 8, that's 2 NUMA regions, 32 and 4 is 4 NUMA regions, etc., etc. I think standard errors and standard outputs from jobs. So everything gets output. You'll notice that as I've been running more and more of these, the number of these slurm -some number.out has increased. Every job that you run produces a slurm -number.out file, and all standard outputs and standard errors are printed to this file. So where is it? When I was running my srun jobs from the login nodes, all of the output was printed to screen. That same output gets printed to one of those files from an sbatch job. You will notice that so it says everything that's happened. So it starts off by unloading something, by loading all of these modules, and then it produces the output of the code. If I were to run something, let's remove all of these. Before I remove them, I wanted to point out the other thing is this number. I'm sure you've guessed it, but this number is the same as the job ID for the job that was run. So for instance, yep.
Julien?
I'm not on my terminal, am I?
Yep, correct.
Thanks, George. Ooh, can't find terminal. Bizarre. Sorry, give us a sec. Let's share this. Let's share. There we go. Couldn't find my terminal. Apologies for that. So you will notice that I've been running a number of jobs in this same directory, and for every single job, I get a slurm -number file .out. This number is the job ID for the job that was launched. So, before when I ran sbatch sub thingy, it says submitted batch job, and this is the job ID. And if I do ls now, there will be a whole new one. There we go. Slurm -6582.out. That is the output file for this specific job ID. There is only one output file in Slurm. Unlike in Archer, on ARCHER2 or using Slurm, there is only one output file which will have all of the outputs to screen that your code would do, and any error as well. So if I wanted to, I don't know, let's do paste, and let's call that xth. So what I've done there is I'm running the same thing twice, except in this one the program is mistyped and shouldn't give me anything. And just to check, yeah, there is no xth program. So now job is launched with job ID, and if I now look at, I imagine it's finished, 5813.out, the first one ran fine, and then the second one says, there's an error, this executable doesn't happen, we've exited with this code, end of the run. If they'd been done the other way around, I would have had all of these error messages first, and then I would have had the second run, if I recall correctly. But what I'm trying to emphasize here is that both the normal outputs that you'd expect when something works, as well as any error messages and error outputs, are printed to the slurm.out file. The other bit of quite useful information, I've mentioned before that you could use srun to run a simulation, to set up an interactive environment on one of the login nodes, on one of the compute nodes. The way to do that is to run srun. I would usually strongly recommend you only use one node, but you can use as many as you want technically. Minus partition equals standard, QoS equals standard, nodes equals 1, time equals 0, 10, 0, because you'll probably want something, and you can run what is it for a shell? I think, is it just /pty/bash? I can never remember. Let me check first. It's definitely not slash. Might just be /bin/bash. Boom. We'll see if that loads up to anything. I think that's the right one, but I always get that one wrong. While this is queuing, I'm checking the Archer docs, or the ARCHER2 docs, to check about how to run interactive sessions. Oh, it's -p, close. There we go. I think it's -pty. There we go. Cool. Thank you very much, George. It's so -/pty /bin/bash. And now what that's done is that's set up a session where it's opened a bash shell, but you'll notice that whereas before this bit said ta014js at uan01, it now says at node ID 001025. So I am currently on one of the compute nodes. And from here, I have access to all of the processors that I would have. So for instance, I could module, I don't even think I need to do that, module list. Yes, it's not going to be happy with that. Slurm. Tail would be better. Tailsop.slurm. It would be number 11, wouldn't it? Boom. There we go. Open the right programming environment, module, load xthi. Module avail. What do we got? So we've got a number of modules available. But yeah, so as you can see, actually, let's do modules. Yeah, but roughly speaking, what I'm trying to point out from here is that, as you can see, I'm now currently on one of the login nodes, and if I wanted to do some debugging or things like that from one of the login nodes, this is probably one of the easiest ways to do it. Sorry, from one of the compute nodes, this is one of the easiest ways to do it. And as soon as I exit, you'll notice that I exit from node ID back to UAN01, like before. It's a small trick that I find particularly helpful, especially when you're trying to run like a small code and making sure that your code is compiling and running correctly when testing it out at first. Yeah. Cool. So the key points from this were some rough ideas of how to use the Slurm scheduler. I also mentioned a bit about srun and how you can use that to run parallel jobs from the login node. However, we strongly recommend you use sbatch instead and write a batch submission script. Definitely, if you ever have any queries about running simulations on ARCHER2, we at the support team on the support side of things would very much appreciate a copy of the sbatch you used to run or you were trying to run, because that usually helps us a lot to see where things might have gone wrong. So send us your submission scripts. Make sure you have a submission script. It makes it easier for us to see if anything's gone wrong. It also makes it easier for you to be able to reproduce errors. Cool. Next section, I believe, is on how to be a good ARCHER2 citizen. And I believe this section and the section after it will probably take half an hour max. After which I'll show you how to transfer data between Archer and ARCHER2. I hope that's fine time-wise for everyone. And also, please, please do mention if there's any, any clarifications you would like, or if there's, let us know if you have questions. We're here to answer questions, right? So please do say these things. So I noticed that in the Etherpad there's been a fair few questions already answered. So one of the questions we got is how different the young supercomputer architecture is compared to ARCHER2. I honestly don't know the answer to that. Perhaps George does, or Queven, but I'm sorry, I don't know the answer to that. I can look after this session if you want. Yeah, so how to be a good ARCHER2 citizen. So this section is mainly to make you think about how to, about being a responsible user, protecting your data, and making the experience, thinking about thinking about the fact that this is a shared resource that is being shared amongst many users, and how to make sure that the experience is pleasant for everyone. So one of the things that often happens, or I mean, actually rarely happens on Archer 1, and is quite uncommon even on Cirrus, to be honest. But one of the things is the login nodes. What should and shouldn't you do on the login nodes? The login nodes are quite interesting because everyone needs to get to the login nodes in order to submit jobs to the compute nodes. However, that means that there are loads of people at any one given time on the login nodes. So things to be, things to make sure of is don't run jobs on the login node, not unless it's a quick test. And by quick test, we mean something that's going to take less than 5 minutes, and I don't think you can run on more than one processor on the login node, as far as I'm aware. I've not tried, but I don't think you can. If Queeveen or George have tried, I'd love to hear from about that, but I definitely haven't. Yeah, so don't run anything more than a small job on the login node. And even if it's a single processor job, I think for now, for single processor jobs, we'd still ask you to run them on one of the compute nodes if it's going to take a long time or use up a lot of memory. Don't use too many resources. Be considerate of others. There's loads of other people also trying to use the login nodes. If someone's using up all of the memory on the login nodes, that makes the login nodes slow for everyone, which makes the experience less for everyone else as well. You can at any time use the ps ux command to list all of the processes that you are running. So so very quickly, just to show you this in shell. If you run psux, that shows you all of the programs that you're running at any given time. So I've not got many programs running at the moment, but yeah, everything for my user ID is shown here. And I believe if you ps AUX, shows you what everyone is running from memory. There you go. So if any of those, if any of the PSUX specifically, so here it tells you, you're told the start time, it tells you how long they've been running for. It also tells you quite handy things on how much processing power they're using, how much memory they're using, that sort of thing. If any of those have been running for a long time and have been using the memory, that's usually when we start getting complaints, and when that happens, our systems team tend to look into it and usually kill the job, but I don't think we've had to do that yet, so that's good. And if any of your jobs, if you notice that any of your jobs are taking a long time and you want to get rid of them, to stop them, the best way to do that is to use the kill command, which is just kill and then the user ID, the PID. Now the next bit, very quick question, very quick set of questions. Here's 5 examples of commands that you might have seen by running ps AUX. Who thinks that command number 1 would be fine to run on the login node? Hands up if you think it's okay. So I've got 1 no and 1 yes. Hands up if you think it's not okay. Cool, so I'm getting a lot more it's not okay than it is okay. And for that job, actually, yes, someone's running a physics simulation Using Python, that feels like something that should be run on the compute nodes rather than the login nodes. What about the next command? If someone's running make on one of the login nodes, would you feel that was okay or not? Okay for yes. Hands up for yes. So most people think that that's okay, and yes, that's absolutely correct. The login nodes are there to help you compile code. Sometimes, occasionally, depending on how difficult the program is to compile, it might take a bit longer than you are allowed to run on the login node. And in that case, once they're up, we would ask people use the pre-processing nodes for that sort of thing. But at the moment, definitely the login nodes are there for compilation. Someone's running a job called create directories.sh. Hands up if you think that's probably okay. Yep. So most of you are saying yes, and I agree that that is probably okay. Again, it's an absolutely absurd shell script. If it's just creating the odd couple of directories, yeah, that's what the login nodes are for, and that should be absolutely fine. What if you were to find someone was running molecular_dynamics_2? Hands up if you feel that would be okay for the login nodes. So one person definitely says that's not okay, so let's swap the question around. Hands up if you think it's not okay to run molecular_dynamics_2 on a login node. Yeah, most people think that's not okay, and indeed, molecular dynamics simulations probably best run on the compute nodes. So molecular dynamics 2, in this case, Manasi was asking what file type it is. I imagine this would be an executable. So it doesn't have to have a file type. It's an executable program that you can run. And the final one is tar-xvf r3.3.0 xzf r-3.3.0 .tar.gz. Hands up if you think that's okay. Yeah, that's absolutely right. Zipping is definitely something that, unless you're zipping something enormous and it's going to take ages, again, definitely what the login nodes are for. And if you look at the answers, likely not okay. The fact that it's a Python program makes you think that it's probably going to be an intensive simulation. If it isn't, that's probably fine. That is sort of there's always a degree of granularity to this. And yeah, if this is a 5-minute test, that the Python program would be fine. Make, usually okay. Create directories, usually okay. Molecular dynamics 2, again, probably not okay unless it's a 5-minute check. And tar should also be fine as well. If you ever have performance issues on one of the login nodes, i.e. if you notice that things are taking forever to do or anything like that, please report it to the ARCHER2 service desk by emailing us at support@archer2.ac.uk. I posted the email address in the chat before. I'm happy to post it again if you need. Oh, I'll post it again just in case anyways. And the other thing as well is please don't use the ARCHER2 login nodes to log into other external services. We have programs in place that will kill any outgoing SSH connections after a set amount of time. The next bit is important, and while I shouldn't need to tell you this from experience, I'll tell you about the experience in a while. Don't share your login credentials, please. Please never tell anyone what your SSH key passphrase or your password is. Don't share it with anyone else. Don't email it to anyone. Don't even email it to support@archer2.ac.uk. I have had people do that before, where they were asking me to help them with certain queries that they had. And yeah, I think we ended up banning them from Archer for about a week because we told them not to do that and to change the password. And they changed it to the exact same password again. So we weren't too happy about that. Please don't do that. Also, you may or may not be aware, but earlier, last year now, I need to get used to that, there was a relatively big security incident that affected Archer, which meant that we ended up needing to take Archer offline for a decent amount of time. We don't want this to be repeated. We don't want to have we don't basically keep your passwords and your SSH private keys private. And also make sure not to copy over your SSH private keys to multiple different places. If you want a new SSH private key, generate a new one from wherever that new place is. There are ways of adding credentials for ARCHER2. Test before scaling. This is more, I mean, this helps you as it helps other users. Remember that on ARCHER2, you're charged for how much time you use. You'll remember perhaps, well, I'll show you right here. When earlier we were on the safe, one of the things that the safe shows you is for TA014, the budget we've been using, it tells you the resources we have for that budget. And currently we've got 1,000 core CUs. A CU is a computational unit, and one CU is 1 node hour. If one of us decides that they want to really test some simulation and run it for 1 hour on all of them, on all 1,000 nodes on ARCHER2, that will eat up all of the budget for this group. It would also take a while to run, but that's a different story. So make sure before you submit a job, there's a couple of things you want to make sure. Make sure, one, that it is the job you want to run, especially if it's a bigger job. If it's a 1 to 10 node job, that's less of an issue. But if you're starting to rank up the node count, make sure that it will actually perform as well as you think. There's nothing worse than running a 1,000, I don't know, call it a 100 node job for 24 hours, and then realizing that actually it needed 250 to get to the point you needed it to get to, and that it's not produced the output you needed, and that you've just been running something and have no output to show for it. Definitely had that happen to me, but for way less than 100 nodes. The other thing as well, make sure you try to consider, make sure you don't have any idle nodes. So again, if you're running something on 100, if you're asking for 100 nodes for 24 hours, and you're then doing 100 one-node jobs within that program, and 99 of those jobs finish after an hour, that last job on that last node will use up, will be the one that dictates how much time you are accountable for, i.e. how much your budget will drop by. So make sure that all of the nodes, make sure that the jobs are equally distributed and will finish at roughly the same time. The other thing as well, so this is how it affects you directly in the fact that it affects your budget, but the other way that it's affecting to everyone else, and the other reason why it's under the good citizen section rather than under the consider your jobs section, is that, well, if someone's running a job on 100 nodes and they're only using 24 of those nodes, then that means that there are 76 nodes, 76 nodes that are sitting idle that could be used for another simulation for someone else's job, but no one can access them because they're currently tied up in that job. So that reduces the resources for everyone. And because of this reduction of resources for everyone, it means that people's jobs will end up queuing for longer, which means that you might take longer, it will take a longer time for your simulations to run, or your jobs, or whatever. Hope that makes sense. Have a backup plan. So we've touched on this briefly earlier, But yes, the ARCHER2 home system, home file system, are backed up. Work is not. And also home is only backed up for disaster recovery purposes. So we'll either, the only time we will use the home backup is to restore the whole of the home backup file systems rather than any individual file or directory. So the data that you have on ARCHER2 is primarily your responsibility. And if you accidentally delete something and let us, tell us about it, we'll commiserate with you, but there's not much we can do. So be careful about making sure that you've got backup plans. And this comes in many shapes and forms. You can use version control such as Git. We're big fans of GitHub and GitLab at EPCC. But even for larger amounts of data, you probably want to copy any critical data off of ARCHER2 so that you've got a copy backed up in storage somewhere. A lot of UK institutes and universities will have local data stores onto which you can copy any important data. We strongly recommend that you use and consider using these sorts of things. Be careful about your data and have a backup plan. And finally, transferring data. I feel we've mentioned this previously, but here's a reminder of some of the things that can affect your data speed, as in the transfer speed of your data. Things like disk speed. How quickly does one system read and write compared to the other system? If one of them reads really slowly and the other one writes really fast, it doesn't matter. The slowest system will be the one that dictates that sort of speed. Metadata performance. What do we mean by that? That's things like don't copy across multiple small files, combine them into a single file to prevent having that overhead of, oh, here's a new file, it's now encrypted, it's now copied, it's now decrypted, that sort of thing. Network speed, always an issue, which can really affect data transfer speeds, and firewall as well. If you've got a firewall that's blocking everything, well, it's going to be difficult to transfer data that way. Of course, the more users are transferring data, the slower the network speed, which is one of the things that we've tried to make better for the Archer to ARCHER2 transition, and which I'll talk about a bit more in a sec. So I've noticed there's a couple of questions. And George seems to have answered everything about that. So does ARCHER2 have a long-term storage option? I'm not sure. There was some talk of something happening with the RDI. I'm not entirely sure what happened in that discussion. George, maybe you know?
George is not here at the moment.
Oh, fair enough. In which case, yes, I'm not. There might be something coming, but don't quote me on this. I'll check after. I'll check after I've finished talking about everything here, and we'll get back to you on that. Is that okay? Other questions? Do you get charged for the full time requested or the actual wall time? That's a good question. Quivin's already answered it, but I want to emphasize this. You get charged for whatever time you use, not whatever time you ask for. Meaning, if I were to ask for 100 nodes for 24 hours, and my job runs in a second, I would get charged 1 second times 100 nodes, not 24 hours times 100 nodes worth of budget. Which is good because you're essentially only charged for what you've used. However, the reason why you wouldn't want to ask for a 24-hour job when it was only going to take 1 second is because your queuing time will increase based on how large your job is. Hope that makes sense. So just to conclude this section, please be careful about how you use the login nodes. They are shared resources. Consider how you want to, consider first what data you want to back up and how you want to back it up. Just to reemphasize, don't just run a ton of things on the login node, and don't share your credentials, please. So there's meant to be a break here, but I think that the next section takes about 15 minutes, and after that I'll be happy to take questions as well as showing how to transfer data easily from Archer to Archer2. And then we'll take a break after that. So please could you put your hand up if you are okay for me to just carry on instead of having a break now. Right, that seems like we're okay to carry on from the looks of it. Cool, so I will carry on in that case. So the final bit that I'd like to talk about is the safe. And all of you who have logged into ARCHER2 will have had to use safe at some point. And we've had to play around with it as well before, which is why I think this section's not going to take very long. But there's a couple of things that we didn't look at. So things that we're trying to, how do I manage my Archer user accounts? We've mentioned that. Licensed software on Archer2, we've mentioned that. Which resources I'm using, let's talk about that. So if you go on your login accounts, it should be this page, but just in case. One of the things that you can look at right at the bottom of the login accounts, and then whichever login account you're interested in, is your usage report. I think these get updated daily, so this shouldn't be too interesting. They're updated daily, so the last time that this was updated, I had run 0 jobs, and I had run 0 kilo AUs. If I go on a more interesting account, let's go for this one. I must have run things on this, right? Job reports, no, not job reports, usage reports. There we go. It shows me, well, okay, I've run 87 jobs since the start of December, and it shows me how many kilo AUs. Kilo AUs are equivalent to computational units. I can't quite remember what the conversion rate is. I think 1 computational unit is about 4 kilo AUs, but I might be wrong. It's a linear scaling anyways. They're roughly the same thing. It shows me, well, I clearly ran at least a job early in December, and then it shows me my historical usage over the last month, or at least over the last complete month. What's the difference between Archer Safe and EPCC Safe? It's one of the questions that I've gotten. So quite honestly, both of them have very similar features. We've been trying to push for EPCC Safe more than Archer Safe because for 2 reasons. One, it looks nicer. In my opinion, this looks nicer than the Archer Safe that you used earlier. The second reason is EPCC Safe has a number of automated processes which I don't think are automated under Archer Safe at the moment. So things like when you request a change of password, that is done entirely automatically on EPCC Safe, whereas on Archer Safe, someone needs to manually click, OK, someone wants a new password before you get the new temporary password and things like that. And is the Archer Safe going to be in service even after the Archer2 Safe, even after the Archer shutdown? I honestly don't know what the Archer Safe, what will happen to the Archer Safe. I personally like the EPCC Safe better. I'm sure there's people who disagree with me. The other advantage, this is a minor advantage for people like me who have accounts on multiple machines. The other advantage to EPCC Safe is that I can access information for any of my Archer accounts, like say jsint1 at Archer, my Archer2 account, like jsint at Archer2, and my Cirrus account, like jsint at Cirrus. And I can click on all of those, and they all look the same and have the same functionalities. And I don't think I've run a job on Cirrus in ages, so that usage report, oh, I've run 2. Wonder why. So that functionality is quite nice for me. And for anyone who is who currently is an Archer and Archer2 user and who maybe uses Cirrus or is likely to use Cirrus and Archer2, everything's in one place, which is nice, I find. The other thing you can find is you can generate job reports where you can select a period, so you can start from a given date, you can set the number of months, etc., and then get a PDF which you can print out. Again, I can maybe try to do that on a slightly more interesting account. Let's see, if instead of December, let's say I cared about, I don't know, how much did I work in October? Click on preview, and there we go. It tells me all of the jobs that I ran. It tells me what the executables that were run on Archer were, how quickly it ran, how many nodes it took, how many cores I was asking for, and the total number of computational units that I used up. And I can increase that period to, I don't know, say 4 months. And it'll show me all of that in one lovely, lovely file. So quite useful, potentially. Yeah, I know, right? It's like a bank statement. So yeah, so it's so the Safe, as you'll hopefully, as this quick glance will hopefully have shown you, it's really useful for managing accounts, especially when you have multiple accounts. It's a great way to see, well, okay, how many, oh, this account still has money on it, that's great. Or one that I had recently was, where is it? I think it's this one, where yesterday this one didn't have any more core hours. It was a quick way to check how many core hours it had. It's really useful for account management. That's a great question, Sam. Sam is wondering, does one need to request access to a package for each login account, or are they shared across these accounts? I think you need to ask for each login account, but I think we run a policy of if you've been approved once, and indeed if you've been approved on Archer for a VASP account, then we will move that on to Archer2, meaning that there shouldn't be the delay of us contacting the developers unless it's under a new license code. So you will need to request for every account, but we will approve it much more quickly, or it will get approved much more quickly. So about login accounts, I think we've talked about how to reset your login password, how to add SSH keys, access to licensed software. I think we've talked about all of this, but just as a reminder, if you ever want a password reset, you click request password reset, and they will be asking, do you want to, yes or no? And I don't really want to because I actually remember my password. And then that will change the password under view login account password. You can add or delete credentials. So you'll notice at the moment for this account, I have two SSH keys associated with this account, which are different. You can tell from, are they different? They look very similar. Maybe they're not different. Anyways, so I've got 2 keys associated with this account. Maybe I should only need one because they're the same. So maybe I can choose to delete one of these 2. By doing this, one of them is called Archer Access and the other one doesn't have a name. Let's get rid of this one. And then delete. And then boom, it'll get deleted from that account. So there we go. Now I've only got one thing. If I wanted to add a credential, you go there and add a credential by following the steps. And the final step is if you want to request access to a package, you click on Request Access and then choose from the drop-down menu the package you want to access. So Quevin has answered that question. I will carry on. One of the nice new functionalities about the safe that we've added is we've made it easier to record and report your research outputs. And we'd really appreciate it if you do this because it makes it easier for us in the long run, but I'll get to that in a second. One of the things that you can do is if you go into your details and then publications, you can add to any project you're a member of. So let's say, I don't know, for this one, technically this one, you can add any publication that you've had under this project, which is very useful for us because when it comes to us needing to make a case in a couple of years' time about why why the UK government should fund, say, ARCHER2 when it comes to that, hopefully in whenever that is, being able to say, look at all of the publications that everyone has been able to produce under ARCHER2 will really help make that case, which means that there's hopefully going to be a continued existence of a UK national supercomputer. So that's one of the nice things that would be really helpful for us. But the other thing that we've, that we've done is we've also tried to make it easier to add DOIs to your projects, which means that when you add publications, I've never done this, you can add the DOI of your publication and then it will register it. And I think there's a way of producing DOIs as well. Let me check. Nope, that's how to add research outputs using just your DOIs. And it's also, so one of the reasons that it's also quite nice for you is because it will be easier to, like SAFE will help you to generate a report which can help you with submissions, for instance, to ResearchFish. Whenever you come towards the end of a UKRI funded project, you will be asked to state all of the deliverables that you've managed to produce during that during the time that you had the grant, usually through ResearchFish and other things. And this might be an easier way to, and this provides an easy way to keep track of that. And I think we've talked about reporting on your use of services. So next steps. To start off with, let's say that you go out of this, you come out of this course, and just to be absolutely clear, you'll have noticed, and I've mentioned a couple of times, that this course has a budget of 1,000 node hours. I think that budget will be available for at least the rest of the month. So if you want to try and play around on ARCHER2, you're more than welcome to with your current course credentials. They will stay available definitely till the end of January, possibly later, I'm not sure. Please, by all means, feel free to run stuff, to test things. It's what these accounts are for. It's one of the reasons we push to make sure that everyone's able to log in so that you can have a play around on ARCHER2 even before you get your quote-unquote official account. But let's say that whilst doing this, you come across a problem, you find some difficulty, you notice that there's something wrong with Archer when you're in ARCHER2, or one of your codes isn't working, or you're getting an error and you don't understand why. We are here to help. You can, I've this in the chat twice already, but you can always contact the ARCHER2 service desk at support@archer2.ac.uk. And for any particular issue that you'd like to discuss in a more in-depth kind of way with one of the ARCHER2 CSE or in-depth service team, you can request a callback session. And the way that works is you can email support@archer2.ac.uk saying, I would like a callback session, and we'll try to set one up at a time which is convenient for you. I mean, we are here to help, so please, by all means, send us your requests. It's what we do. The other thing is documentation. So I've mentioned the documentations a lot. There is here a link to the documentations. And the documentations have a number of things. A quick, quickly looking through, the Quick Start Guide has everything that we've talked about in this course, I think, or a lot of what we've talked about in this course, you can find in the Quick Start for User Guide, including how to set up an account, how to request a login account, how to generate SSH keys, logging into ARCHER2, the file system things from this morning, even, sorry, I'm aware, like even, all the way down to this job is exactly the same as the one that we run as an example of an SBatch job, etc., etc. There's also for developers, which goes a bit more in depth about what programming languages are available, which like what wrapper names you should use when you're trying to compile things, where certain libraries are, how to make sure that your make files will use the correct libraries, how to link appropriately, some info about debuggers, all that sort of thing. So Quick Start has a plethora of interesting information. And then we have specific sections. So for instance, because we know that there will be an Archer to Archer2 migration, we have data about this, and this is actually what I'll be using to show you how to transfer data in about 5 minutes. But everything that I'll be talking you through is available on this in the documentations. Known issues is things we're aware of, frequently asked questions. There's only one at the moment, cool. But yeah, so it's questions that we seem to get regularly. Best practices are, well, users and best practice guide are a number of things ranging from how to run jobs on ARCHER2. Hopefully you know how to do this after this course. I/O and file systems, how to make sure that your codes are reading and writing appropriately, quickly, whatever. How to use Python, how to use containers, how to debug, how to profile your code, all that sort of thing. We've got quite in depth and, in my opinion, quite useful information for if you kind of already know what you want to do, but you're not quite sure how to do it on ARCHER2. The user guide is a good place to start because quite a lot of it is there. And then finally, we've got the research software and software libraries, where for every single research software that we at EPCC have centrally installed and we are managing, you can click on any of those and find loads of information on how it was built, how to run it, and quite often at the very bottom, there's a build instructions. And if you click on that, that'll take you to a page not found. That's good. Let's see, I can't remember which one it is. When it's not broken, let's try this one. It should take you to, nope, page not found again. One sec while I get the page. That's the one. Apologies, I clicked on go to link rather than copy link. There we go. And let's zoom in a bit. It should take you to this page. I will have a look at these after this session, and where you can find where is it? It would be under ARCHER2, where you can find the build instructions for whatever that code is. So in this case, here is how GROMACS was compiled on ARCHER2 and how the centrally installed version of GROMACS was compiled. That way, if you want to make changes, you've got a good template of how it worked originally or initially. So that's the documentations. ARCHER2 training. So hopefully you're all aware of this already, but wrong page, that page. Hopefully you're all aware of this already, but there is an ARCHER2 training page where we have a number of upcoming courses and upcoming talks, which you are more than welcome to register to coming up. So later this week, we have an introduction to ARCHER2 for software developers. Apologies. For instance, for anyone who wants, it's a similar course to this, but also talks a bit more about, like it's over 2 days, and one of those days is very much about programming environments. It's about debugging, profiling, that sort of thing. And then there's a number of software carpentries and the like. And then also the other thing that's quite useful, I mentioned earlier that this course had run before. If you go in course repository, this being a bit slow, apologies. If you go in course repository, you can find there ARCHER2 for software package users run on the 10th of December. And if you click on this, you will find a page which looks very similar to this one with course materials from that course, videos. Apparently, that course was not recorded, and the like. But for other courses, say, pretty sure that the ARCHER2 for software developers was recorded. Yep, you will find videos so that you can watch any of the courses that we've previously run. You can watch them on YouTube. You have all of the course material and things like that. And not all courses are about how to use ARCHER2. We've also got courses on how to use containers, how to program using CUDA. We've got some data carpentries, how to use Slurm. We've also got a couple of courses on how to use programs like CP2K. I think we've got LAMPS as well, and a number of things like that. Okay, LAMPS course there. So that's our training website. And finally, just want to quickly mention how can you get access to ARCHER2 for your own research? Well, there's a number of ways to do that. Probably the easiest way to get access to a small amount of research resources, well, actually the way you've done it is a great way to get access to a small amount of resources. But another way, once it's up, the ARCHER2 driving test will be a short quiz where once you've completed, you'll have a small amount of ARCHER2 time to do some research in order to make sure that, in order to let you play around with ARCHER2 and see whether it works the way you'd expect. And otherwise, you can go through either EPSRC, NERC, NERC, Scientific Consortia. You can, there is an ARCHER2 pump priming grant that you can apply for, which is a small amount of time to test ARCHER2. It's usually for proof of concepts or to get some scaling information before making a full application. You can apply for ARCHER2 time as part of a research grant, and also as part of UKRI's access to HPC calls. You can ask for a large amount of resources for up to a year. There's more information on all of these on the ARCHER2 access page, which if you go on, has a lovely, how do you do it? Which calls are currently open? So at the moment, pump priming is open, and COVID research seems to be open, and then links on where can you get details and technical assessment forms that you would need to fill out, as well as notes on what exactly you can apply for. And we've also got ECSE calls, which are happen. I don't know. It feels like it happens maybe twice a year, but it might be a bit more than that. George can mention if I'm wrong. Where the idea of that is to help improve and current research software. Oh, 4 times a year, says George. With a small asterisk of it might be more, it might be less. But yeah, so they happen every so often. And the idea for these is, let's say you've been developing this code, which is very useful, but only your group has been using it, where this is a way to sort of help. This is a method to help either give you some ARCHER2 time to make it more robust, make it work better, maybe help you help it reach a wider audience. So all of these research opportunities, calls, and everything are always mentioned in the ARCHER2 newsletter. And as George mentions, there is currently an ECSE call open, which I suppose is, I think the 16th, but I might be wrong. Nope. Yeah, 16th of February. I was half right. But yeah, and finally, please, if you do have any research outputs, please acknowledge ARCHER2. As I said, it will help. In the long run, it'll help UKRI make the case for getting the supercomputer that follows ARCHER2, which in turn will help, we think, the scientific industry, because they'll have access to said supercomputer. So with that, I think this is the end of the session. When this loads up. Yeah. So for the rest of the session, George, Queeveen, and I, depending on how many people stay here, George, Queeveen, and I, but maybe less than the 3 of us, will be around to answer any questions you might have, any follow-up questions that you might have, anything like that. And I will also be doing a quick demonstration of how to transfer data from ARCHER to ARCHER2, what we've done to make it easier for everyone. I'd like to also take this quickly a second to thank everyone for coming. I hope this has been useful for all of you. I'd really like to thank George and Queeveen for, I mean, I saw no problems during this course, so they must have dealt with everyone perfectly, because nothing came to me, and thank you so much for taking care of all of that. Also, big thanks to Claire, who is the person who does a lot of the setup. So the course, the course webpage is made by her. This session is entirely prepared by her, and also all of the emails are written by her. She's great at everything, at making sure everything runs smoothly. Yeah. So with that, I will take a 5-minute comfort break, and after that I'll be back at 35 past to show people how to transfer data, or to show anyone who's interested how to transfer data from ARCHER to ARCHER2. See you in 2 to 3 minutes. Cool. It looks like most people are back, in which case I will go ahead and get started with that now. So I've mentioned this before, but just to really emphasize the point, everything I'm about to show you now is in the documentations, and I will be referring to the documentations in the background because I don't really remember one of the steps. If you go in the documentations, which is docs.archer2.ac.uk, you can go into ARCHER to ARCHER2 migration, and then migrating data from Archer to Archer2. Now, before we start proper, I want to emphasize 2 points. The first one is that what I'm about to show you only works for migration from Archer to Archer2. And essentially what we've done is, in order to help users transfer data across, we have set up a way of transferring from specifically the Archer address to specifically the Archer2 address without needing two-factor authentication. Meaning that depending on whether you've got tunneling set up correctly or something like that, you may be able to get away with it with copying data with only an SSH key, or you may need to enter only a password. You do not need to generate an SSH key and a password for these sorts of transfers. That's disclaimer number 1. Disclaimer number 2 is please, please, please do not transfer any important data whatsoever into your current TA014 accounts. I'm not sure how long these accounts will be available. I don't know how long we'll have space for these accounts, and I don't know when everything in these accounts will be deleted. So please, 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 if you're part of a project that is currently working on Archer and will be working on Archer2, wait until you have a proper budget under that project rather than transferring to this. This is, I will show you how it works on this, but don't transfer to TA01. So now that I've said that, the first step is quite simply, you need an Archer account. So I have an Archer account. Here it is.
Julian?
Yes?
Do you think you're
I'm not
sharing
sharing.
your terminal window?
I thought I was, but I'm clearly not. Thanks, George. There we go. So I have an Archer1 account. For which I appear to remember my password. This is exciting. Huzzah. Cool. And yeah. Let's go. What's in test? Nothing. Cool. So in test, let's create a folder or a file that I would like to transfer. Let's call this file hello.dat. And let's just write did it transfer. There we go. So note at the moment I am on Archer, not on Archer2. Once you're on Archer, the first step that we recommend doing is using tar to compress everything into a single folder. So in this case, I've only got one file that I'm transferring, but let's pretend that I also had a directory called test, and that directory also had hello.dat in it, and that I wanted to transfer both of these things. How would I do that? Well, I would run tar minus xvf transfer data.tar.gz, and I want to copy this and test. If I press enter, it's unhappy because I need an R in there somewhere. There's a CVF. Anyways, X is extract, C is compress. There we go. It's compressed everything, and now if you look, I have a transfer data.tar.gz file. This is the file that I want to transfer to my Archer2 account. So to transfer the files across, we will be using an OpenSSH protocol. So we will need to load up OpenSSH. And so we strongly recommend using rsync for transferring data across because, as mentioned before, rsync has the ability to it's possible to recover a transfer if it fails halfway through and restart halfway through the transfer if it fails, rather than having to restart all the way from the start. So the command that we recommend using is the following. It's rsync minus p for partial recovery, v for verbose. I believe v is for verbose. Minus e, and this bit is essentially the bit that I'm about to copy paste from the website. Is essentially we are telling rsync we'd like you to use the encryption, so minus e is for encryption. We want you to use the encryption protocol from SSH, which we want you to use a less powerful encryption protocol. This will mean two things. The first one is, yes, the data will be less well encrypted, but then it's moving from Archer to Archer2, which are both in the same building, and it's moving across a single, like we've set up a specific switch, which is there to help transfer data from Archer to Archer2 without ever seeing any of the outside world, so it should be safe. So it's okay to use a slightly less powerful encryption code, an encryption method. And what we lose in encryption, we gain in speed. The less something is encrypted, the easier it is to transfer. So hence, encrypt less. Hence, we recommend for this case only that it's okay to encrypt a bit less powerfully. And then we are transferring, in this case, transfer data.tar.gz, and we want to transfer that to, my account was TA014 JS at, and we've set up a specific Archer2 pathway, which makes sure that you will go through the switch that I mentioned and result in a faster transfer, which is, I think, called transfer.din for dynamic .archer2.ac.uk. Let me check if that is correct. Transfer.dynamic@archer2.ac.uk. And let's transfer that into my work directory, or my home directory. There we go. It now asks me for my Archer2 password. Which I'm sure I can remember. There we go, and the data has been transferred. This transfer was very quick because, quite frankly, I transferred one folder and two files, each file having one line of text. So yeah, absolutely, like 31 bytes went very quickly. But the data is presumably transferred. And now just to check this, I'm going to exit it and SSH into for JS at login.archer2.ac.uk. So I'm on Archer2, and if I run ls, there you have a tar file called transfer data .tar.gz, and if I unzip this, I have, or there was inside a file called hello.dat, which had file.hello.dat. Did it transfer? Apparently so, and there's also a directory test. Which has a file in it. And that is how you can easily transfer from the Archer to the ARCHER2 login nodes. As you saw, I didn't need to ever enter an SSH key when transferring between Archer and ARCHER2, which, in my opinion, makes things a bit much more easy because you don't need to generate an SSH key pair for this. Docs for data transfer, I am now copying into the chat. There we go. And yeah, that's it. That's quite literally. As I mentioned earlier in the session, please make sure only to transfer what you need to transfer onto ARCHER2. I don't think we're yet quite sure when Archer is going to be unavailable, but there's definitely, like, now that more and more users are getting access to ARCHER2, we expect that there's going to be a lot of transferring happening. So please do transfer only what you need, because the more people, like, given that there's going to be a lot of people transferring anyways, things might become slow because of that. And with that, I will check whether there were any questions and happily stay around and answer any questions that anyone has. And I hope you enjoyed the training session. I've had fun.